AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The Supreme Court's again rejected President Trump's efforts to overturn a jury verdict in favor of writer E. Jean Carroll. Marcela Sanchez has details.
The jury found Trump sexually abused her at a New York City department store in the mid-1990s and later defamed her. Trump's lawyers had asked the justices to reconsider their decision in June, refusing to hear his appeal. Trump paid the judgment shortly after. Trump and the Justice Department were also asking the High Court to toss out a second $83 million verdict. They argue he's immune from being sued over comments he made about Carroll in 2019. The court hasn't acted on that appeal yet. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. Marcela Sanchez, Washington.
Civil rights advocates have asked the Supreme Court to review a Texas law requiring the state's public schools to display the Ten Commandments. The case could set a new national standard for the limits of religious expression in classrooms. An appeals court earlier this year cleared the way for the Texas law and one in Louisiana. Similar laws have been passed in Arkansas and Alabama. The Justice Department's internal watchdog is reviewing a federal law enforcement practice allowing fentanyl to hit the streets to build bigger trafficking cases. Donna Warder has more.
Current and former agents with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration say that when federal law enforcement knows of drug shipments but allows them to go into communities so they can build a bigger case against traffickers, it's gambling with public safety and may violate Justice Department rules. And now the Justice Department's internal watchdog is reviewing the controversial tactic. It comes less than 2 months after an Associated Press investigation found that DEA agents repeatedly monitored but did not seize major shipments of fentanyl in New Mexico between 2023 and 2025. The White House last year designated the synthetic opioid a weapon of mass destruction. Donna Warder, Washington.
This is AP News. Actor Hayden Panettiere has died at age 36. Her prolific career began as a child in commercials and soap operas, and as a teen, her role as a superpowered cheerleader in Heroes propelled her to fame.
It's such a big part of my life.
Telling AP in 2009.
But it definitely is emotionally taxing and physically taxing sometimes.
She later starred in the TV series Nashville, taking on the role of a brash upstart country singer, Juliet Barnes.
Being in this industry, it's preparation for this character. There's a lot of things that are very similar, a lot of parallels, and just being a young person growing up in the spotlight.
In real life, she had a daughter with Ukrainian boxer Vladimir Klitschko in 2014 and acknowledged postpartum depression and alcohol addiction. Police in Greenville, South Carolina say no cause of death has been determined. There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
It's time to celebrate Haggadah! Join us for the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost You Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumont or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Half a day. I'm Clint Rigel, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Rigel, and I approve this message.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
Tourism, it's our number one industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez and I approve this message.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
The Edge of Heaven, Friday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. introduces you to the fifth dimension, where you find a greater appreciation for everything in your life. Find more consciousness of the bigger picture. Bring yourself more power, along with the intuition on how to guide that power, bringing you to a place of independent contentment. Give you the key to overcome sorrow, always encouraging honesty and self-acceptance, revealing that everything you seek outside yourself is right inside. Your limited identification will dissolve, and it will expand into a greater field of awareness. You will realize and remember that it is all God, even when it doesn't feel like God. Every Friday evening from 6 to 8 on Wave 105, join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, sponsored by Jay Goodman and Asmujao Community School.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
This is KGUM-FM, Wave 105.1, the Talk of Guam. And right now, we have the Bright Side with Mr. Pauly Suba. Our studio line is 671-922-1051-1052. Call us up to join in the conversation. We are streaming online at the wave105.1.com, on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM, Guam, and the Glimpses Radio app. This is the Bright Side.
All right, we really appreciate you hanging out with us. We do want to thank our sponsors, and that's Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Micropack for sound tech and everything in between. Think Micropack. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150. Starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. And GTA, we start with you. And once again, like Yuli was sharing with us, 671-922-1051 is the number, or 1052. We are online, thewave105.com, and our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll turn that camera on. There you go. Yuli's going to be hanging out with us for what? The rest of this week and a couple days, week. Yeah?
Yeah.
Ryan is struggling real hard to not enjoy the Philippines, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, he deserves it. He deserves some rest and relaxation, right? So Yuli and I are going to be hanging out in the afternoons for the rest of this week. So that's what, the 21st? And then Ryan will be back, on the 25th? Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
He'll be back.
So you got us in the meantime. Woke up. Actually, no, I saw this unfortunate news last night. Hayden Panettiere. Are you a fan of hers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
35.
Unexpectedly. 36 years old. There are no signs of foul play. TMZ reporting that the actress complained about health issues on her last couple days. Police were called to the South Carolina home of Hayden Panettiere on Sunday after receiving a report of an unresponsive woman. So that was Monday for us, right?
Yeah.
The call came at around 1:51 p.m. again Sunday their time from Judson Mill Lofts on Easley Bridge Road. An unidentified acquaintance reportedly made the 911 call. Panettiere, 36, was pronounced dead at the scene. Police later said that the preliminary investigation had found no signs of foul play or suspicious circumstances. Upon arrival, medical assistance was administered. However, the individual later identified as Hayden Panettiere was pronounced deceased at the scene. The case is under investigation by the Greenville Police Department in conjunction with the Greenville County Coroner's Office. The preliminary investigation has not indicated any sign of foul play or suspicious circumstances. An acquaintance of Miss Panettiere placed the 911 call. The father of Hayden Panettiere confirmed the passing in a statement to the media. Father's name is Skip Panettiere, and he said, "It is with profound sadness that we share the tragic passing of our beloved Hayden. She was an incredible light and a force of nature who brought immeasurable love and joy to all who knew her and to the millions who watched her on screen." The actress, who was a mom to one daughter, 11-year-old Kaya, had been best known for her role in Heroes and Nashville.
That's what it is.
I watched a little bit of Heroes. I didn't really gravitate towards it. I'd never watched Nashville.
Honestly, yeah, I never.
Yeah.
But Heroes, yeah, that was like, what was that one?
Nashville was like the country version of Empire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I never got into it.
According to reports, the couple flew to South Carolina, a journey that can take around 5 hours or even longer with a layover. And so that means they may have only been in the area for a few hours when the tragic news was reported. Adding to the questions surrounding this situation, TMZ again reported that Panettiere had complained about back pain during her final days. The actress had reportedly struggled with the health issue in the past year and was recently captured on video walking with slight difficulty. In May this year, Panettiere told Women's Health, "I quite literally woke up and felt nothing but pins and needles from my waist down." She continued by saying, "I wasn't able to bend my toes or lift my foot at all. No one was able to give me a solid answer." Again, it's not determined if this is related to her death. It's still, the investigation is still open. But yeah, that's, she's fairly young, right? 36?
Yeah, 36.
I mean, that's very young.
That is very young.
Yeah. I actually know her from Remember the Titans. She was the tomboy, the little girl on the one of the coaches. Remember?
No, I don't remember that one.
You've never watched Remember the Titans?
No, I mean, I feel that I don't remember her.
Okay, Remember the Titans is one of my favorite sports movies. It takes place in Alexandria, Virginia.
Okay.
The reason why I know this because I lived in Alexandria, Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
T.C. Williams High School still exists to this day. It was very close to where I lived. And they love their Titans.
They do.
They really do, right? And so this is loosely based on a true story. This was when they were starting to integrate the black schools with the white schools, right?
Yeah.
And so They were one of the first schools to do this.
Okay. Now I kind of remember what
Yes.
you're talking about.
And so Cheryl, or I think her name's Cheryl, right? She's the daughter of the original head coach, right? But they're integrating other, the black kids now in from another school. And so the board of this area decided that they were going to, I didn't realize how political education boards can get, right? I mean, we kind of have our own politics here, but they decided, the education board decided who their high school coach will be. And they decided that this would, I don't know, make headlines, right? And show and give it to Denzel Washington. So obviously the Cheryl's dad's not happy, but it's expected that he's just going to quit, that he's not going to be part of the team. But then Denzel goes to him and says, I want you on my team as my assistant coach, right? And I still remember the scene where Cheryl, I think that's her. She's like, "It's not fair, Daddy," and she's pouting.
Oh.
But she really loves football. She really does. She knows all the plays and everything, right? And I still remember, her in that role. And that's, when you enjoy a movie so much, right? And you do get attached to these actors, and so when they're gone, it is pretty sad.
Yeah.
I was the same way with Chandler.
Oh, from
Friends.
From Friends.
Yeah, because that's Friends puts me to sleep.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like those comfort shows.
Friends is calming.
Yeah.
Because every episode, you've watched all 10 episodes, right? Or seasons. And you don't want to overstimulate yourself when it's time to go to bed, right? But you're not quite ready to go to bed.
Yeah, it's just
And
like
so,
background
Yeah,
noise.
Friends puts me to sleep.
Okay.
Because I already know what's
You know
happening.
what's happening,
I don't need to be paying attention. Yeah.
I got you.
And so, do you remember Phoebe?
Phoebe, yeah.
Phoebe's never actually watched Friends.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
She's never watched it, but when she lost Chandler, I think that's Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, you mean when he passed away?
When he passed away, there was an interview with her. I forget her real name, to be honest with you. I just know her as Phoebe.
Yeah.
She missed Matthew Perry so much that she decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start watching these shows. And so, it was heartbreaking, but she watched it because she went through all of the seasons finally all these years later, just so she could relive her her moments with Chandler or with Matthew Perry.
I see.
Yeah.
She did pretty good. I mean, like, she was in a lot of movies too, so she did pretty good. Like, after Friends, I remember seeing.
Who did?
Phoebe.
Oh, okay.
No, she was in, what's that one movie where they're like,
Romeo and Michelle?
yeah, it was like the one where they're like,
That movie is a classic.
yeah, so she did pretty good after.
Where they invented Post-its?
Yeah. Yeah, that movie.
Apparently there's going to be a part 2 of Romeo and
What?
Michelle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she did pretty good.
Yeah. Are you a fan of House of the Dragon? I've been waiting for somebody to talk to about House of the Dragon.
Oh, man.
Really?
No, but I know it. What was that? Because they just had the season. What was it? Season 3, right?
Yeah, and they're done.
Oh, man.
They concluded with the season. So there were 8 episodes. This has been great. They are really redeeming themselves because I was not happy with. Did you watch at least Game of Thrones?
No, I was gonna tell you. I'm one of those very few that never watched the Game of Thrones episode. because I knew I was like, wait, I should give you that disclaimer before you go to House of Dragons. I know you won't watch Game of Thrones. I'm one of those few. I mean, I kind of get.
Well,
like,
you're a
what it's
very
about.
busy. You're a very busy person, Yuli.
No,
you don't have
no,
time
but you know
for
what?
these
Someone shout out to this person, but someone finally shared with me Netflix. They're like, hey, yeah, you wanna. You know how because you get 3 accounts,
right. Wow, you are lucky.
I am. I was like, well, thank you so much.
You have access to somebody else's Netflix, and you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, so I was like,
you
hey.
are a blessed individual.
For sure. I was like, what?
Was it? Because it's like what, $50 a month?
I know.
It's getting up there.
That's why I quit. But then they're like, hey, it's only me, and what do you get? Like 3 accounts
good
or
for
something?
you.
So honestly, I just been watching. What's the one? Knives Out. Because I love. I love what's his name, Benoit Blanc.
Okay, so I mean, I've watched almost all of them.
Yeah.
Have you watched them all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Glass Onion. What's the?
Glass Onion is good, but the original Knives Out is the best.
Yeah.
Right.
Honestly.
The one where they're like a priest.
I thought that's the last one.
That's the last one.
Wasn't the first one the dad who
That's
murder
the best.
mystery?
That's the best one.
That is the best one.
The best one, yeah. The one where he's a priest is just okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't have to be that long.
But yeah, that's what I did in my weekend.
Yeah.
Like
So
I was
you
watching one each.
Okay.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
All right. Did you watch? What did I watch on Netflix? Don't Say Good Luck.
Don't Say Good Luck.
Yeah, Adam Sandler's daughter. She's really good. This is like very rarely is Adam Sandler not in these movies.
I see.
But he's taking a step back. He's still producing movies.
Okay.
Executive producer and everything, but he definitely took a step back on two movies. There's one in college. His oldest daughter is the star in this one college movie, which it's okay. It's decent. But Don't Say Good Luck is a tearjerker. Yeah, and if you're a dad, if you're a mom too,
I see.
Then you're gonna be able to I forgot the word, not reflect, but you can relate to this movie. It just got on Netflix. So if you have the opportunity to watch, let me know.
Yeah.
It's called Don't Say Good Luck.
Don't Say Good Luck.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the star is Sunny Sandler, the youngest daughter of Adam Sandler. And the other movie that something Bar Mitzvah. This was like maybe 2 years old. It's a coming of age movie. And Sunny is the star again.
I see.
Right? It's You're Not Invited to My Bar Mitzvah or something like that. But Adam Sandler's in that one.
Okay,
and
and
so
these just came in, or like they're recently
it's a
added?
couple years old,
Oh, no,
but
recently added to
the
Netflix.
Don't Say Good Luck
Mm.
was just added over the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's theater, right? I mean,
Yeah.
the girl doesn't realize or doesn't think she loves theater, but she doesn't think she's gonna get the main role, the main spot. And then because of all of the things going on in her life, when she hits the stage, she really opens up. And the teacher sees something in her and then gives her the main spot. And I'll leave it there. And so it's basically her preparing to perform in this theater, which is The Waitress. Have you watched the movie The Waitress?
Yeah, I've watched The Waitress.
That's a Broadway show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had no idea. But they took this random waitress movie, rom-com, right?
Yeah.
Which is kind of cheesy.
Yeah, it is.
It's a cheesy movie, right?
Right.
Like 90s?
Yeah, in the 90s.
Mid-90s movie or maybe early 2000s, and they made a Broadway musical out of it with like songs and everything. I forgot who's the main actor in that. But basically the guy is he is abusive, right? To the waitress.
Yeah.
She's at a diner, a pie diner.
Yes.
Right? Joe's Pies or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? And man, this guy is a jerk. And he's like, you better wait outside. And as he's driving up to the diner, he's like honking his horn, making her be ready for her. She needs to be ready to jump in the car. Do you remember?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And she makes the most delicious pies. And she, what do you call it? Like, she's dreaming of her next pie. Like, I don't want this baby pie. Yeah, it's a silly movie.
Wow.
And they turned it around and apparently made it one of these very popular theater productions on Broadway. And so that's the show that Sonny has to perform in the movie Don't Say Good Luck. But yeah, I didn't know it was a Broadway show until I watched that movie. I'm like, wait a minute. I've watched The Waitress. I never knew that was a Broadway show. So, and then speaking of Broadway shows, right, there's going to be one at the UOG Cowbell Fieldhouse.
Oh, yeah, the Frozen. Right? Frozen.
Yes, so that's September 4th through the 6th. Tickets are available right now you can grab your tickets at guamtime.net/event/Frozen, the Broadway musical. For the first time in forever, experience the musical phenomenon that has taken the world by storm, based on the Academy Award-winning animated feature film Disney's Frozen. Includes all the film's beloved songs by Kristen Anderson Lopez and Robert Lopez, along with new music written exclusively for the stage. And that's what Hayden and Taylor were sharing with us yesterday. They're part of the cast. Hayden is one of the young Elsas.
Wow.
And so she was sharing that not only are they going to be singing some of the traditional songs in the Frozen Broadway musical, but they've got some new ones too. Friday, September 4th at 7 p.m. is the first show. Saturday, September 5th is where you can either watch the matinee show at 2 p.m. or at 7 p.m. And then Sunday, September 6th, 3 and 7 p.m. Front row guests will receive 1 reserved parking. 2 you'll also get the special entry, and you'll also be able to be the first to take photos with leads on stage. So again, this is on guamtime.net. And so you have an opportunity to purchase tickets already.
The last one they did was Lion King, right?
Lion King, no.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ Superstar is one of
Jesus
them.
Christ
Lion
Superstar.
King Jr., there's been so many. The last one I remember was Dare to Dream over at
Oh,
Sandcastle.
Dare to Dream. Oh, that's the Disney
Disney's
song.
Dare to Dream, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the last one that I can't remember now. You might be right. If it's either Dare to Dream, that was the last one, or Jesus Christ Superstar. But either way, I mean, WTP and Guam Philharmonic Foundation has been doing a pretty good job of putting together some of these shows for us to not only be on stage, but watch and be entertained. Yeah.
Yeah. You can just hear them at the mall when
you
walking
can
in
right.
the mall. You're like, whoa,
you could
what's
hear
going
it.
on here? Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, you hear them practicing.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I think also you have smaller productions being put together by the UOG Theater Group, right? You have Three Blind Mice. You also have the GATE program, too, that does some fantastic things. I mean, the arts are just so very important, right? And you got Art Space Guahan that is doing something. They're always doing something pretty special over where they're at on Route 14. You've got Michelle Pierre doing some great things and Creative Indeed down in the Conta Mall. You've got the little ones too, right? The Nenny markets.
Oh yeah, the Nenfires.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm so happy because I was talking to someone about this, and I said, I'm really glad the arts is still, but I was like, do you remember? We were just having a conversation. I was like, do you remember GAX and what was the other one? Guam Film Festival. I was like, I feel like that was like the pinnacle of like creative art. But I'm glad, we're still doing, arts is not dying. But I was just like, man, I miss those events like Guam Art Exhibit, the
GAX,
film festival, the Guam International Film Festival.
Right. Yeah. Every now and then you'll see somebody putting something together, like a short movie. Every now and then, they do come out every so often, right? It's not cheap.
It's not, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't really a fan of what Netflix put together with the whole what do you call it? The Christmas drop.
Oh.
I was like, that's what you guys put together? I mean, Shiro's head was way better. With all of your Netflix money, this is what you put together? Like, okay. Let me see here before we take the break, because there's some information that I wanted to share early on. DRT is warning the public about a WhatsApp scam targeting us here in Guam. Somebody apparently is pretending to be a former DRT deputy tax commissioner and contacting taxpayers through WhatsApp. This is a notice from DRT. The scam messages are coming from, and they put the phone number, 671-707-0559. 0559. The person is trying to get your personal information and money from you. And so normally DRT sends official tax notices through the mail and asks the taxpayer to contact the agency. If a DRT employee does contact you directly, they use official office phone numbers or email addresses. DRT is saying anyone that receives these WhatsApp messages should ignore them, delete them, and block the number. Suspected scams can be reported to DRT at pinadmin@revtax.guam.gov. pinadmin@revtax.guam.gov. So I would just block this number if you ever see it coming in, and then report it. 671-707-0559. 0559. And so, without giving too much information, we're getting closer and closer to the deadline to pay your taxes, right? As far as if you've asked for an extension. And so sometimes it can look like you're being pressured into paying already. Hey, you haven't paid yet. We're looking in the files and you haven't paid. Or sometimes it can also look like we want to give you your money. You actually have a better tax return. And so who doesn't want more money, right?
Yeah.
So you just got to really be careful with that. Again, somebody is apparently pretending to be a former DRT deputy tax commissioner and is contacting you through WhatsApp or contacting residents here in Guam. And so they're, again, using the number 671-707-0559. But they could start using a whole nother number. That's usually the case. I'll block one number, and then another number will appear, and it'd be like the same kind of scam going on. And so I just repeatedly block numbers. But I haven't really seen scams coming through a 671 number, so they're getting even more sophisticated, because I'll usually see scams coming from all over the world, not just in the continental U.S. So just be aware of that. Also, before we take the break, GPD put a release. They have an update on the July 11 fatal motorcycle crash in Jigo involving a GPD officer, right? GPD is also apologizing to the family for not communicating with them directly. So again, this is the crash that happened about 2 a.m. on July 11th on Route 1 near American Grocery in Jigo. The motorcycle rider is Ruben Frederick Rausch, and he was 21 years old. He served with the U.S. Air Force's 36th Security Forces Squadron. GPD has now identified the officer involved as Police Officer 1 Jason Nedelik. There are still two investigations underway, one by Guam Highway Patrol and another by GPD Internal Affairs. GPD says it also has been keeping the Office of the Attorney General updated as the investigation progresses. According to the release, investigators are still waiting for Rausch's toxicology result from the Chief Medical Examiner's office. And GPD says those results are needed before the traffic investigation can be finalized. Officer Nedelik was initially placed on administrative leave. He has since returned to duty, but is currently assigned to administrative work. And so, again, GPD does apologize to Rausch's family. They say that they weren't communicating directly with them about the investigation. Acting Police Chief Joseph Carbolito said GPD had been communicating with representatives from the Air Force and believed military officials were passing information along to the family. And so Carbolito said that we apologize for not following through. GPD says that it now recognizes that it shouldn't have relied solely on the military liaison to communicate with Rausch's family. He said, Carbolito said, GPD will take corrective measures. We deeply regret the additional pain this has caused the Rausch family. 2:33 in the afternoon. We will take the break. We'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is The Bright Side on Wave 105.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam, a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
Tourism, it's our #1 industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 15,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez and I approve this message.
It's time to celebrate Haggatya! Join us for the Cost You Less Haggatya grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost You Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost You Less Haggatya grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
Half a day. I'm Clint Rigel, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Rigel, and I approve this message.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
We're honoring the unyielding power of the human spirit today by tracking an inspiring global movement of grit and resilience. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 18th.
Established by Elaine Harite, affectionately known worldwide as Mr. Never Give Up, World Never Give Up Day reminds us that resilience is a universal human trait. After a devastating bankruptcy stripped him of his lifelong business, Harite chose to transform his personal loss into a global message of hope. Today, the signature event of his movement is the incredible Walk of Perseverance. Utilizing a live interactive world map, thousands of participants across different countries register their walking paths simultaneously. Whether recovering from physical trauma or walking for a promise they refuse to break, these individuals turn a simple physical step forward into a massive interconnected visual display of absolute human determination.
Okay, that's really fun to watch that.
So you can actually keep track on the global map online?
Yes.
Is that the deal here?
Yes, you can.
That is pretty cool.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
We're also celebrating National Fajita Day and National Ice Cream Pie Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
Your daily dose of island insight. Wave 105, the talk of Guam, a Glimpses media radio station.
Welcome back. Thanks for hanging out with us here on Wave 105. This is the Bright Side. Biba Matis. It's Tuesday, August 18. Congressman Jim Moylan, he brought 8 other members of Congress to Guam from the U.S. House Committee on Education and Workforce. And so instead of Guam constantly explaining its problems from thousands of miles away, according to a release from Moylan's office, he wanted federal lawmakers to come here and see the situation for themselves and hear directly from the people that live here. And so there were 2 discussions, one on education and then one on workforce. And so on the education side, there were conversations about Guam's old and deteriorating school buildings. You think? We were talking about that yesterday. Yes. So this is good news that they're having this conversation, right? Difficulty recruiting and keeping teachers, improving student performance, getting better use of federal education money, and giving Guam more flexibility in how federal money can be spent. Committee Chairman Tim Walberg basically acknowledges that Guam is different from the states and federal rules, may need more flexibility to work properly here. And I appreciate that he recognizes that what, I mean, just because we're so far out here, it's clear we are not the same. I mean, even our territorial status shows this. But geographically, we are extremely challenged. Adelita Grijalva specifically asked Guam to provide more detailed numbers on how much money is needed to address school infrastructure problems, along with proposals for improving the overall education system. Okay. The other discussion, again, was about jobs and the workforce. How does Guam build a workforce and economy that isn't dependent mainly on the military buildup? That's questions that we're even asking our candidates, right? And asking our candidates for Congress, for the administration, for the executive branch, for the legislature as well. So they discuss more job training, apprenticeships, career and technical education, training Guam residents for growing industries, supporting the H-2B foreign worker program, supporting the Guam CNMI visa waiver program, creating more long-term private sector jobs and opportunities for residents here in Guam. And so all of that is great. I mean, and so I hope that they really start pushing out, beyond the press release, those workshops or what kind of detailed information we can get. I mean, because just simply, you already have the facilitators, Guam Department of Labor. They do a lot of programming with federal money for these things, for internships, for workshops, right? But there's only so much money to go around. And so there's only so much space available. And so the hope is that we increase that funding so that there's more space available to more people. And I do like what they're doing with the juniors and the seniors, but also creating these pathways early on, right? And I'm not saying that eighth grader is the one that is going to need to take plumbing classes or electrician classes, but these are the conversations that they're having early on, and then in ninth grade starting to create these pathways. So by the time they're a junior and for sure a senior, they're doing what some of my cousins were doing. I remember when they were telling me, going to the mechanic shop after school, or leaving a little bit early too, going half day at school and then going to the shop to be like basic helpers, whether it's working under the engine or changing tires or changing oil, changing brakes, or doing body shop work too. But that can also evolve to more things. I know that they're doing the 3D printing. I know that's something that they're working on as well. And so they continue to make progress there. And so we already know that that's the same thing with hotels, right? And with chefs, but expanding it even more. I think that you don't necessarily have to recreate the wheel here, but electricians, HVAC systems, right? Those kinds of specialists, plumbers, even. I mean, you've got these companies that are there. And I know that there are programs already. It's not old. It's not in the works. It is happening. But again, expanding it so more people can qualify, but also not just qualify, but have more space available so you can take on more. And then trainers too, right? giving the incentive to the businesses, but also to government agencies as well, because sometimes even they get all of these, and I've heard the story too. They get their 3 or 4 interns or workers that come in, whether it's GPA or GWA or at some of these construction firms. They get all the training and all the certificates, all the safety certificates, and they can be at the job now. And then the pay's not matching what their friends and family are getting in the States for the same work, sometimes even less work, more bennies. And they take all of that training and all of that certification somewhere else.
Yeah, it's everything, right? Police, customs.
Not just police, customs, but even HVAC.
Oh yeah, you're
HVAC
right. Anybody
specialists, plumbers, electricians.
all over the workforce.
They're like LeBron James. I'm going to take my talents elsewhere.
Right.
Right? And you can't blame them.
Yep.
But, I mean, things are expensive here. It is hard to raise a family. You have to make sacrifices. And there are opportunities elsewhere. And so, we're not going to solve all our issues all at once, right? But what we can start doing is just take a crack at it. We can start to work towards a safer environment, a cleaner environment, right? And that takes all of us too, not just the government, not just the businesses telling them, hey, make sure you paint the front of your building. Make sure, we're doing surprise inspections now. So you better be up on the up and up. Everybody clean up, right?
Yeah.
Everybody do your part. I forgot the nursery rhyme.
Yeah.
I used to know it though. But also us as individuals, residents, like we have to, enough is enough. If we're going to be calling out the government and we're going to be calling out these businesses that are, bad actors for failing to follow rules, then we should also just be calling out each other too.
Yeah.
And saying, yo, I saw that. I saw that you were dumping all that trash over in that. I know exactly who's doing this. And we don't have to do it in a toxic way. We just have to call the authorities and make sure that, and follow through. Because that's the only way we're actually going to clean our act too. Because I've seen some videos, right? They're putting the video out, but we're not having all of the details and all of the information. And now it's, now everybody's being, what is the word? Not canceled, but dragging people, right? Without even their side of the story. So, I mean, you see somebody littering, you see somebody dumping trash, and they're not supposed to, call the mayor's office and say, hey, here's the photo. This is what I watched. Police also, Guam EPA. And yeah, we hold Guam EPA and all of the enforcers accountable too. Right? But we need to clean up our act in a holistic way.
Yeah. We need to be, because Miss Peggy Denny is like the shining example of that. We need, she deserves, she's one of the champions there.
Yeah.
Miss Peggy Denny. And she's only one person, but all she's done. Yeah.
Absolutely. Here's something else that came out from Congressman Jim Moylan's office. Actually, this didn't come out of his office, but this was shared with Senor Robert Celestio. But it is involving Congressman Jim Moylan. It's a release stating that Representative Gabe Vasquez of New Mexico and Congressman Jim Moylan are backing a bipartisan bill to extend and expand RECA. So this is very good news. We're not past the finish line, but I mean, we should be excited about any kind of movement, right?
For sure.
RECA provides, again, compensation to people who became sick after being exposed to radiation connected to the nuclear weapons testing and related government activities. The new proposal would keep the program alive for another 15 years, increase payments, cover more illnesses, reimburse certain medical expenses, and make it easier for people to prove they qualify. This was shared with me by Senor Robert Celestio. He shared with me a press release from Congressman Vasquez. Vasquez focused largely on people in New Mexico who were exposed to radioactive fallout from the Trinity nuclear test in 1945. He said it is past time the U.S. government took full responsibility for the harm it has wrought on our downwinder and other impacted communities. And so he's saying by cutting red tape for claimants, extending the filing period by 15 years, covering additional diseases caused by radiation, and so much more, this bill will make a meaningful difference. Congressman Jim Moylan also has a statement in this release, and he said, "Together our voices are stronger, and together we will keep fighting until every American harmed by radiation exposure receives the justice they have been denied." He said, "I'm not backing down until we get this across the finish line for the people of Guam who are impacted and all those still left behind." So if this legislation becomes law, according to the release from Representative Vasquez, compensation would increase to $150,000 as a lump sum payment. Qualified people could also receive reimbursement for documented out-of-pocket medical expenses. People who previously received RECA compensation could potentially receive additional money, so they reach the new maximum amount. More cancers and diseases would qualify. People would have another 15 years to file claims. The RECA Trust Fund would also continue for another 15 years. The government would accept affidavits as evidence for certain eligibility requirements, making it easier for people who may not have decades-old official records to prove where they were, what work they performed, or how they were involved in nuclear testing, cleanup, or responsive activities. The release points back to the 1945 Trinity nuclear testing in New Mexico, saying radioactive fallout reached communities without residents being warned. Those residents became known as downwinders, like ours here in Guam. New Mexicans were finally added to RECA eligibility through the program's 2025 expansion. Now Vasquez and Moylan, in their bipartisan coalition, want to expand those protections further and make sure people who qualify don't lose their opportunities simply because of deadlines, paperwork problems, or illnesses that aren't currently recognized. And so, again, I really appreciate Congressman Jim Moylan's strong statement of saying, I'm not backing down until we get this across the finish line for the people of Guam who were impacted. And so, I mean, financially, the proposal is pretty significant, right? $150,000 in compensation. However, when you think about some of the families and what they've had to endure for many years and sacrificing, leaving the island constantly, somebody having to stay behind, it's hard to really put a value on it. But this is definitely in this a step in the right direction, right? And so Congress is still going to have to pass the legislation, and then it would have to become law before these particular changes are going to take effect. But I mean, right now, I mean, any news is good news, as long as, they've been at it for 29 years. Wow. Longer, but Senor Robert Celestio definitely has been fighting for 29 years to get it passed for Guam. And when you think about his challenges and his struggles too, and people even discrediting what he was saying, even when he was getting information, research that proves so, right? There were still some doubters. There are still doubters today. And, you know, a lot of times Senor Robert Celestio has done all of the heavy lifting, not just for Guam, but for so many people affected by nuclear waste in the continental U.S. included. And so many of those constituents in different jurisdictions have benefited from the work that Senor Robert Celestio has done these last 29 years, right? And so it's good to see that people are now starting to support him and his efforts, because it's not for him, right? He sees the injustice, and it's important that leaders like Congressman Jim Moylan and other people in Congress and in the Senate get behind this to finally bring justice to something that, you know, has never even fully been acknowledged, and let it just come to fruition. And so when you hear news like that, then you have to be very optimistic, or I want to be very optimistic. I want to commend those that are doing the work, you know, because your efforts are not lost. They're not going unnoticed, but the work is not done, right? And so until it finishes the line, then that's something that we can fully support or fully celebrate. But the good news is, from what I'm hearing from Senor Robert Celestio, is that this RICA bill has 10 co-sponsors. So that's progress. 2:59 in the afternoon. On the other side, this is what we're going to do. They passed the budget bill that the governor sent down yesterday. Right? I think it was yesterday. Yes, yesterday afternoon. And so we get a sense of who these senators are when they do their brief extension of remarks, and what their passions are, what they have been fighting for, at least during this session. And we don't always get that opportunity. And so what I want to do, and spend all of the 3 o'clock hour, which it depends, we might even extend it into the 4 o'clock hour, is to play those remarks. And so, Yuli, you got the link, right? And that's all set on our, I think we're going to be okay on our YouTube, right? So not only, because you're going to be able to play it on the YouTube side, right?
On the YouTube.
Yeah. You have all the steps, or you need some assistance?
I got
okay.
it.
So on our YouTube channel, if you're tuned in there, you can actually watch and follow along. And then on the radio, you'll hear the audio. So that's what we're going to do for the 3 o'clock hour. It could extend to the 4, and it definitely could if there's something that you hear that gets your attention and you want to chime in. Always feel free to do so. 671-922-1051. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. Time for the AP News right here on Wave 105.
You're listening to KGUM FM Dededo, Wave 105.1 FM, the talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The Supreme Court's again rejected President Trump's efforts to overturn a jury verdict in favor of writer E. Jean Carroll. Marcela Sanchez has details.
The jury found Trump sexually abused her at a New York City department store in the mid-1990s and later defamed her. Trump's lawyers had asked the justices to reconsider their decision in June, refusing to hear his appeal. Trump paid the judgment shortly after. Trump and the Justice Department were also asking the High Court to toss out a second $83 million verdict. They argue he's immune from being sued over comments he made about Carroll in 2019. The court hasn't acted on that appeal yet. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. Marcela Sanchez, Washington.
Civil rights advocates have asked the Supreme Court to review a Texas law requiring the state's public schools to display the Ten Commandments. The case could set a new national standard for the limits of religious expression in classrooms. classrooms. An appeals court earlier this year cleared the way for the Texas law and one in Louisiana. Similar laws have been passed in Arkansas and Alabama. The Justice Department's internal watchdog is reviewing a federal law enforcement practice allowing fentanyl to hit the streets to build bigger trafficking cases. Donna Warder has more.
Current and former agents with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration say that when federal law enforcement knows of drug shipments but allows them to go into communities so they can build a bigger case against traffickers, it's gambling with public safety and may violate Justice Department rules. And now the Justice Department's internal watchdog is reviewing the controversial tactic. It comes less than 2 months after an Associated Press investigation found that DEA agents repeatedly monitored but did not seize major shipments of fentanyl in New Mexico between 2023 and 2025. The White House last year designated the synthetic opioid a weapon of mass destruction. Donna Warder, Washington.
This is AP News. Actor Hayden Panettiere has died at age 36. Her prolific career began as a child in commercials and soap operas, and as a teen, her role as a superpowered cheerleader in Heroes propelled her to fame.
It's such a big part of my life.
Telling AP in 2009.
But it definitely is emotionally taxing and physically taxing sometimes.
She later starred in the TV series Nashville, taking on the role of a brash upstart country singer Juliet Barnes.
Being in this industry, it's preparation for this character. There's a lot of things that are very similar, a lot of parallels, and just being a young person growing up in the spotlight.
In real life, she had a daughter with Ukrainian boxer Vladimir Klitschko in 2014 and acknowledged postpartum depression and alcohol addiction. Police in Greenville, South Carolina say no cause of death has been determined. There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Hats Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Hats also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumont or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford. Customers first.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez and I approve this message.
It's time to celebrate Haggatya! Join us for the Cost You Less Haggatya grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost You Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost You Less Haggatya grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
Tourism is our #1 industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 15,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism-related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community
prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare,
paid family leave,
school breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, laundry, diapers, work, groceries. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone.
Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back.
But temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you. And every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
KGUM-FM, Wave 105.1, the Talk of Guam. It's 3:11 on this Tuesday, August 18, 2026. And for your regularly scheduled program, we have the BrightSide with Mr. Pauly Suba. Our studio line is 671-922-1051, 1052. We're streaming online at thewave105.com, on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam, and on the Glimpses radio app. Thank you for tuning in, and this is the BrightSide.
We do want to thank our sponsors, GTA, We Start With You, Chili's, at Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Micropack, from Bose to Sony and more. Micropack is Guam's home for quality electronics. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. And Triple J, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Thanks for hanging out with us, whether it's on our YouTube channel, online, thewave105.com, on 105.1 FM on your radio dial, and also the Glimpses radio app, right? And so if you haven't downloaded the Glimpses radio app yet, we highly encourage you to do that, because that's where you're going to be able to get all three Glimpses Media radio stations on this one free app. That's us, Power 98, and the All Country radio station, Route 99. Again, thanks for hanging out with us on the bright side. My name is Pauly, Suba, hanging out with Yuli on the other side of the glass, and this is what we're going to do. I'm going to lean heavily on Yuli at this point, because we're going to play the brief extension of remarks from yesterday's budget session. Again, it was the Governor Lulian Guerrero, who sent down bill number 110S. And so you probably already know this, but the bill did pass, the budget did pass 13-2. And so because it's the governor's bill, I don't see why she wouldn't want to sign it into law. Maybe there are some amendments that they introduced that she's not going to like, and maybe she will. Well, I highly doubt it, though. Again, it passed 13-2 with only Senator Chris Barnett and Senator Will Parkinson voting no. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the BPT stayed at 4%, is going to be at 4% come fiscal year 2027. And they both made remarks that it should have went back up, at least stayed at 4.5. And they make their arguments and their points to why it should be at 5%. And so we're going to get into that. The first person that spoke is Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, mostly about Tizon and Simon Sanchez, not necessarily the budget, but she stands in solidarity with those that are with the students that are, going through these challenges at the very start of a school year. And so we'll play this again. It's she says students should not be suffering because GDOE and contractors are fighting over money and change orders or maintenance, and whether or not and who's responsible for those repairs. She says she does not know which side is right, but somebody needs to figure it out, fix the problems, and get students safely back into school. So again, here's Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani on her brief extension of remarks yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was surprising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we close today, I just want to talk about something that has really been bothering me. And I know it's been bothering a lot of parents, teachers, as well as students. We just started a new school year when this should be an exciting time for our kids. Instead, students from Tizon and Simon Sanchez are once again dealing with uncertainty because their campus had to close after failing public health inspections. And everybody is asking the same question: how did we get here? What happened? Why weren't these problems taken care of before school started? Who was supposed to fix them? And why are our students once again the ones paying the price? We know there's more to the story. There is a dispute between GDOE and the contractor over change orders and money the contractor says it's owed. I don't know who's wrong or who's right in that dispute, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But if GDOE owes money, then figure out what is legitimately owed and pay it. If GDOE believes those changes aren't justified, then deal with that too. And if the contractor is responsible for certain maintenance and repairs under the contract, then do the work. But whatever disagreement whatever the disagreement is between GDOE and the contractor, our kids should not be stuck in the middle of it. And that's the part that bothers me. Because while adults are arguing over contracts, change orders, and who's responsible for what, our kids aren't in school. And GDOE has a responsibility here too. At the end of the day, GDOE is responsible for making sure our students have a safe place to go to school. So stop pointing the fingers. Figure it out, fix the problems, get the work done, and get these kids back into the classroom. But what I really wanted to talk about today is something else. Our students are speaking up, and I think we need to listen to them. Chelsea Taga, a student at Teedson High School, wrote to Candid News about what they've been dealing with for years: leaking air conditioning, broken ceiling tiles, cracked windows, plumbing problems, and unreliable electricity. And she said something very simple, quote, "Avoidance is not a solution." She's right. Another student, Ricamel Macaronis from Simon Sanchez, asked, why weren't these inspections done before students came back to school? And that is a good question, because our kids shouldn't have to worry about contracts. They shouldn't have to know what a change order is. They shouldn't have to know who's supposed to fix a bathroom, repair an air conditioner, or schedule an inspection. They're kids. They're supposed to go to school. They're supposed to worry about homework, sports, their friends, graduation, college, and what they want to do with their lives. The adults are supposed to take care of the rest. And our Sanchez students especially have been asked to adjust over and over again. Double sessions, different campuses, temporary classrooms, different schedules, distance learning. How many more times are we going to ask these kids to adjust? Ricamel wrote something that stuck with me. Quote, "It did not pause our education, it paused our future." She also wrote, "Do not take our resilience for granted." I think we need to hear that. We always talk about how resilient our kids are, and they are. But just because our kids can handle disappointment doesn't mean we should keep disappointing them. They've adjusted enough, and now they're speaking up. This Sunday, August 23rd, from 4 to 6 p.m., students and members of our community will be at the ITC intersection in Tamuning Mayor's office for SSHS Stand Up, a peaceful and proactive movement to rebuild Sanchez. And I want to say directly to Chelsea, Ricamel, Youth Congress Vice Speaker Trevin Atoigwe, and all of the students who are speaking up, I hear you, I hear your frustration, and believe me, I am frustrated too. You shouldn't have to fight this hard just to have a decent school. So I encourage our community to show up Sunday, stand with these kids, listen to them, because sometimes we adults spend a lot of time talking about our young people and not enough time actually listening to them. Well, they're talking now, and what they're saying is not complicated. They're tired of waiting, tired of moving around, tired of temporary fixes. They just want to go to school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, there you go. That's Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani basically saying stop making kids pay for adults' arguments and government failures, right? Fix the schools and listen to the students who are telling us they have had enough. She's also encouraged that about the public supporting the students that are going to be at the Simon Sanchez peaceful movement is what they're calling it over at the ITC intersection, 4 to 6 p.m. on Sunday. And so moving on is Senator Sean Gumatauta. We're just playing it in the order that they spoke, right? So Senator Sean Gumatauta, he strongly supported the budget and urged the governor to sign it. He does have his reservations, right? He does say that lawmakers compromised and did not get everything they wanted, him included, but the budget still funds critical government services while allowing the BPT to fall back to 4%. And so, again, this is Senator Sean Gumatauta in his closing remarks, or his brief extension of remarks yesterday. after they passed Bill number 110S, the governor's substitute budget bill, 13-2. And Senator Sean is one of them.
We have again completed deliberations on another substitute version of the FY 2027 budget. I appreciate the work of our branch to get us here again, the clerk and the entire clerk staff, the legal team, thanks to the AV team and all the central staff here at the Guam Congress Building. OFB, your guidance and input in recent weeks was invaluable, and a special thanks to my legislative staff. Thank you, team, for your work, too. Colleagues, this effort is one that will again be sent to the executive for action. This extraordinary action started up the road at Adelup, and I remain hopeful that the chief executive will act consistent with what was done here today. Mr. Speaker, this community has watched with much interest the deliberations here. The deliberations were in stark contrast to our process late last month, but there was a theme. Both proposals passed. I don't believe each of us here got everything we wanted, but the budget proposal before us today, like the substitute budget that we passed with 8 votes last month, prioritizes public resources for critical services, and it does so without expecting our families to sacrifice more in the form of higher taxes. Despite the statements that have been made on this floor throughout this past year and 7 months regarding this legislature's commitment to rolling back the BPT to its pre-2018 rate of 4%, our debates during this past month should remind each of us that businesses don't pay taxes. People pay taxes. Working moms and dads pay taxes. Students and young adults holding part-time and seasonal jobs pay taxes. The individuals who invest their hard-earned savings to start up a business pay taxes. Their employees pay taxes. With the majority of votes, our branch has done its part again to set the spending plan for the coming fiscal year. I ask us all to watch closely the next steps. Will the corporate income tax collections, volatile as they are, see the projections outlined by the governor's office to fund items not included in their executive branch request earlier this year? Will the inequitable BPT policy for businesses engaged in military build-up contracts be challenged in court in the weeks and months ahead? With GPD sitting on 62% of its FY 2025 recruit appropriation unspent and GFD at 71% unspent for its FY 2026 through the third quarter, what dated verifiable milestones can this body expect to see before the next budget cycle showing the FY 2027 recruit cycle dollars in this bill convert to sworn officers and firefighters rather than another year of lapsed appropriations? How will this $1.4 billion budget ensure that an ambulance arrives soon after a 911 call is made? Again, with appropriations to education and health, will we be stunned by a turnaround with historic support or disappointed with the execution of policy in this room on Bill 110S? One thing is for sure, the executive and legislative branches are looking out for the best interests of all of the people of Guam. Both the executive and the members of this body were elected to serve all of our island residents. I remain committed to spending the remainder of my time in this term to ensure that our people are best served, not the other way around. Sharp wit and overused cliches on this floor over the last week did not sway our community. It did the opposite. The actions here, right up to this vote, will certainly come with criticism. Take the time and explain your actions to them. No spin. Speak plainly. I will. I challenge you all to do the same. There is one more step remaining. I ask the governor of Guam to sign this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There you go. Booyah. Oh, I didn't realize the microphone was. Businesses don't pay taxes. People do. Ordinary people do. I would like to see Senator Chris Dueñas's bill. I don't know what happened to that bill. On the receipt, you have what you pay for, and then you have the added BPT on it. Like, okay, this is how much 4% BPT is costing you. And then you separate it. And so the people, the customer, can see. Yeah, I'm paying for it, all right. Again, we passed a budget that funds government without keeping taxes higher. Now agencies need to prove that the money actually turns into better services. It's basically what Senator Sean Gumatauta was saying, right? Moving on, we'll do one more before we get to the break, if that's okay. This is Senator Will Parkinson. He's one of the two that voted no on this budget bill, and he explains why. Again, Senator Will Parkinson. You there yet? Yeah? Okay.
I continue to rise in opposition to this budget. I firmly believe it is in the bad long-term health of this government for us to be cutting off our long-term revenues permanently when there's so much chaos going on around the world, when there is a cost of living crisis that is currently going through our way of life, through this K-shaped economy that is really separated the population between the haves and the have-nots. And I'm honestly kind of surprised by this vote. You know, I was of the firm belief that the governor should have never compromised to that 4%. There was an 8-7 vote that happened. If we had stuck to our guns, we could have negotiated to keep that BPT at the same level. But perhaps the governor is right. There is no political will in this body, because I saw that there was 13-2 now. I don't know what happened after the election that so greatly changed the vote count, but I'm truly surprised by some of the votes I saw today. And so, no, I'm making one last plea to the governor to please veto this budget. Stick to your guns about the 4.5%. You were right before on the path to getting some long-term health and longevity to our budget, and you were right when you said that we needed to maintain it at 4.5%. I understand that you're trying to do the best you can and minimize the harm by at least taking care of these projects now and letting the future be the future. But I think if we take one more unified approach to this, we can come back to the negotiating table and keep this at 4.5%. Give these agencies that have been cut, that are short, the public safety, the healthcare, the education, and plug the holes where we need it. We're never going to have enough money to fix all of the problems that we have. But that's no reason to start cutting off our legs from under us. Many people in this body have acknowledged the lack of a buffer this is going to put us, because the way we organize the budget that was just passed greatly reduces what we are going to expect in excess revenue come end of the year. That's going to really impact our ability to respond to crisis, to respond to changing problems in our community. So I asked the governor, please veto this budget. Force us back to the negotiating table. Stick to your guns and 4.5%. I understand this won't be your problem next year, but this is the people of Guam's problem. And you were right. You were absolutely correct to prioritize the long-term health of this government. Your work with the work of former Budget Chairman Joseph Augustine has put us in a position to see surpluses we have never seen before in the history of Guam. And we are turning right around with this majority and taking that good financial acumen and giving that money to the biggest of the biggest businesses. What was the point if we were just going to do it as a big giveaway? So please, Governor, veto this 4% budget. Let's go back to the drawing table. We still have time. And I ask my colleagues who changed their vote to please, if we could get the governor to veto this and come back to the drawing table, let's hold out for 4.5%. Let's hold out for 5% if we can. We should be fighting to get more money for our people, for our services, to help the working class families, because the biggest of the biggest businesses, they are doing fine. They are doing better than fine. They are doing better than before COVID, while the rest of us are struggling with record high grocery and fuel and costs everywhere. So once again, I'm very surprised by the votes. And I thank my colleague from EPAN for sticking to his principles. I respect the hell out of it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right. Again, he argues that keeping the extra 0.5% would give government a bigger financial cushion for emergencies and future needs. And so he's asking the governor to veto her own budget bill. And so Lester Carlson, who was speaking for the governor, right, because he's the BBMR director, he says it doesn't look like there's an appetite in the majority. And so because of that, this is the compromise. They realize that there are more corporate income taxes coming in, and therefore they increase the budget to be able to appropriate monies to programs that this governor believes in. And so she has also said, it's not that I'm caving in, it's this compromise. And you'll hear some of the others say so. But, I mean, I don't disagree with what Senator Will Parkinson is saying, that people are struggling for sure. And a lot of that has to do with President Trump. That's just, it really is, with what is happening over in Iran. And some of the things that he's even saying, too, like, my friend Kim Jong-un has done nothing. Has done nothing to bother him. And South Korea needs to really, I'm putting you on notice, South Korea. Like, wait a minute here. That's one of our strongest allies. It's very strange what is happening. Extremely and very concerning. We do have, before we go to the break, Jarena says Senator Sabrina Salas Mantanani echoes a public concern that requires immediate public attention and action. And so she's referring to what Senator Sabrina Salas Mantanani was saying in her brief extension of remarks yesterday. Very concerned with what is happening at Teason High that is affecting Simon Sanchez students and Teason students. But when you start to look at the totality of public schools, I mean, Southern High is right there as well. And so, Jesse's on the line? Yuli?
What's that?
You want me to take Jesse?
Yeah, you want to take him before the break?
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
let me
Off
take
of
him on. Go for it.
Off a day, Way 105, you're on the air.
Hey, Pauly.
Off a day.
Off a day, sir. How you doing, man?
I'm doing. I'm here, sir.
All right. Hey.
Yes, sir.
I heard your conversation earlier about House of Dragons.
Yeah, are you finally? Do I have somebody that has been following along?
You got it now.
I've been waiting to have that conversation, but nobody seems to be watching it.
Yeah, no, it's a good series,
There
man.
you go. Heck yeah. Did
But-
you go ahead?
And I know you expressed some disappointment in the ending of Game of Thrones
Yes.
season 8, but
Yes.
for me, I think after rewatching Game of Thrones,
Yeah.
it made a lot of sense as why they went that direction at the end of the season 8.
Okay.
And but this House of Dragons,
Yeah.
it just adds more to the suspense of
Right.
this series, man.
Right. Yes. I'm
That's
impressed.
really good.
Oh yeah. I mean, some people got and they deserved it.
Yeah. It was unfortunate, man, that the finale was for season 3 was last week Monday, man.
Why was it unfortunate though? Oh, because it's over I think for
Yeah,
the next.
we have to wait until 2028.
Yeah, we do. Hopefully, I mean, we're hearing that we're going to get a movie in 2027.
Yes. That you're correct about that.
Yeah, so that'll hold us off. And then also, did you watch the Night of the Seven Kingdoms? Because that's a nice series too.
I just started that. Actually, I'm in season 1, episode 1 though.
Okay, yeah, no, you're good. I mean, that's going to tide you over for a bit. It's a fun series.
How's that one though?
I like it. It's slow burn, but it pays off in the end. It really will pay off in the end. And it also like adds to the lore, the history of the Game of Thrones. It adds to the Targaryens and all of that.
Nice.
Yeah.
But man, whoever didn't watch House of Dragons, man, your HBO subscription is going to waste.
Yeah, it surely is.
Yeah.
It really I love the escape of it all. Like never mind the if you think the politics here are crazy.
Yeah, man. Hey, at least the facility in House of Dragons passed public health inspection, man. We're not closing you down.
We are not. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to take your mind off of some of the realities, and that's what I really appreciate about these shows, you know?
Yes, and it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
The the special effects, the way they integrate the dragons in between the episodes is like, man.
Yeah, for sure. And that's who I'm actually rooting for. I'm rooting for the dragons. I shed real tears when dragons die.
Yes, even when that one scene when they were, there was 3 of them and they were battling it out.
Right.
And even my wife almost cried.
Yes, yeah. And you're like at the edge of your seat because you don't want any of them to kill. They're fighting each other. And you're like, what? Why are we doing this? This is the reason why there are no more dragons in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, man. We need those dragons to burn other people. Hello?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Game of Thrones was nothing compared to what these dragons are doing.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. But, yeah, I just heard you talking about it. I said, let me call in on behalf
Jesse.
of Pauly's request.
Thank you. It has been burning in my soul. It's like, nobody wants to talk about this. I'm dying here. I want to talk about all of the people that are getting got that deserve it.
Yeah, man, of course. Especially the finale, man.
Yeah.
I just like it that Aegon is back.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my man right there.
There you go. Well, I read the book and I don't want to spoil it for you because I do like this whole direction that they're going in the show. They're not following verbatim the book, and so that keeps me on edge too. Because I'm now never gonna really know how they're gonna change things up, and some people are upset about it, but not me. I love the surprises.
Yeah, and hey, other people are upset, but come on, no, you have to, have some kind of imagination. That's to, right. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let it work.
Yeah, and not
That's
only that,
the only way. It's not gonna be page for page that the movie's gonna depict that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and not only that, we're talking about fantasy here, so it's not real history.
Yeah, you got that right. And probably the writer of the book, of the story, probably was saying, man, the movie version is better.
That's exactly what he's saying at this point. At least with House of the Dragon, he is by far super impressed. And then he's also stuck, right? We're waiting on him to continue Game of Thrones, and he doesn't know how to finish it. So, I mean, that's why Game of Thrones had to move on and finish it for him. And he's saying he'll get back to the drawing board, but he hasn't yet.
Yeah. But, hey, it's a good series. Yes. I recommend it for, those that have not taken the chance to let me see what this is about.
Right. I think it can be a standalone too. I think you can go into House of Dragon without ever watching Game of Thrones, and then that'll entice you to go watch Game of Thrones.
Oh, yes. And I think Game of Thrones, maybe, a lot of, viewers were disappointed in season 8, the last episode or 2, and maybe that's why they don't want to, start House of Dragon.
Maybe, yeah. But
either way, man, they're missing out.
They are.
Come on.
They really are.
Like you said, it's just fantasy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Man, Pauly, I just wanted to call in for that.
Thanks,
Tomorrow,
Jesse. Okay.
I will call in for GDOE.
Please. Well, I am on the edge of my seat for that one, sir.
Will do,
Okay.
Pauly.
All right. Take care, Jesse.
Cheers.
I appreciate that very much. There you go. Finally, I get to unpack.
Yeah, what did he say? If you're wasting your HBO.
You're wasting your HBO subscription.
That's expensive too.
The Lanterns came out. They took over. So, Game of Thrones usually they put out an episode every Sunday, right?
Okay.
For us here in Guam, Monday. So I always look forward to Monday nights after I can,
decompress.
Decompress, eat dinner,
Right,
and that's my wife and I. We are always looking forward to that. So it's over now, but the cool thing about HBO is they always have another something coming up, and so what they have, obviously, you kind of have to be interested in DC, right? DC Comics and whatnot. And so it's the Green Lantern series. And so it's not the what's his name? The Deadpool guy. It's not that Green Lantern.
Oh, okay.
I can't believe I forgot his name, but he plays Deadpool now, and he's too handsome for his own, for his own good.
Oh, so he's playing the Green Lantern.
Well, in the movie, it's a trash movie. And so they moved away from his Green Lantern.
I got it.
And so they have a new series. The episode aired yesterday. And I'm so far happy with it. Ryan Reynolds. Thank you,
Ryan
Jay.
Reynolds, yeah.
Jay's listening. Thank you so much. Jay says, I followed House of the Dragon. Dragons are a power men never should have trifled with. I agree, Jay. I agree. And thanks for reminding me who the trash Green Lantern was. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. So it has nothing to do with Ryan. They have moved on, and so it's a whole nother Lantern story. 3:44 in the afternoon. We got to take this break, yeah? We'll be right back. On the other side, we'll continue your phone calls, and it looks like we are going to continue into the 4 o'clock hour and play more of the brief extension of remarks from yesterday's budget hearing. Jareen says Senator Gumatautau continues to justify his support of the BPT rollback. He opposes the feds on resource mining in the Marianas, even though the feds have a sovereign right to do so. He and his colleagues have the privilege of reducing the BPT for an elitist few in Guam and forsaking the rest of the community. That's what Jarena says on our YouTube channel. You can comment as well. There's some comments there, and you can continue the conversation on the Wave 105.1 FM Guam's YouTube. Thank you for engaging with us, Jarena. I really appreciate this. We'll take the break. This is Wave 105.
Conversations that matter. Community that listens. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. A Glimpse's media radio station.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Tourism is our #1 industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Hats Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Hats also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAB.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez and I approve this message.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
So, what's your idea of a 10?
I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted while driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We're honoring the unyielding power of the human spirit today by tracking and inspiring global movement of grit and resilience. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 18th.
Established by Elaine Harite, affectionately known worldwide as Mr. Never Give Up, World Never Give Up Day reminds us that resilience is a universal human trait After a devastating bankruptcy stripped him of his lifelong business, Leroy chose to transform his personal loss into a global message of hope. Today, the signature event of his movement is the incredible Walk of Perseverance. Utilizing a live interactive world map, thousands of participants across different countries register their walking paths simultaneously. Whether recovering from physical trauma or walking for a promise they refuse to break, these individuals turn a simple physical step forward into a massive interconnected visual display of absolute human determination.
Okay, that's really fun to watch that.
So you can actually keep track on the global map online?
Yes.
Is that the deal here?
Yes, you can.
That is pretty cool.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
We're also celebrating National Fajita Day and National Ice Cream Pie Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
Your island, your conversations, your station, Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media.
KGM-FM, let's keep you moving forward with Guam Auto Spot. Taking your first look at traffic with Mr. Pauly Suba.
All right, let me help you move forward along with Guam Auto Spot. Give you a construction update for the remainder of this week thanks to the Guam Transportation Program's website. According to their website, you've got construction work happening on Route 10 in the Manila-Barragata area. Expect intermittent lane closures now until about 4 p.m., so they should be packing up real soon if they haven't already. This is Monday through Saturday, but sometimes they don't have any work scheduled for Saturday, right? Crews are installing traffic loop sensors at the Corten Torres and Route 10 intersection, and then also at the Route 4 and Route 10 intersection. Drivers should also watch for uneven pavement and temporary steel plates. Also construction in Route 1 or on Route 1 in the Jigo to Anderson area, again from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. Crews will be installing new pavement markings and road markers along Route 1 between the Juan Jacinto area and the Anderson Air Force Base. Expect occasional lane closures in both directions. And Route 16 near the Ben and Yans area. Crews are working on the sidewalk near the northern entrance of the Ben and Yans building Monday through Friday, also from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. That northern access will be closed, so traffic will be redirected to the southern entrance. One more over at Cross Island Road, Route 17. This is a longer-term project, so motorists should continue to expect intermittent lane closures over the coming months. Crews are also installing power poles between Route 5 and Route 4A, which could cause additional delays. And there was a pavement repair scheduled between Route 5 and a Plachau Bridge, on Monday, but no additional paving work is scheduled there for the rest of this week. Helping you move forward on this Tuesday afternoon, right? Did I say Monday before? Tuesday. It's Tuesday, I know. I'm not going to set you back a whole day. Tuesday afternoon. Thanks to Guam Auto Spot. Call them up, 478-AUTO. View their inventory on their website, guamautospot.com.
KGUM-FM, Dedito. Powered by Glimpses Media.
Sa todo imago Nilig lihat zamu Jaga panakamayu Anu nasuha kapulilu Jaga kwinakamayu Anadu kotga hawitenu Oh aki sinadu mahanoi
All right, welcome back. Viva Mates. It's Tuesday. This is the Bright Side here on Wave 105. Jarena is on a roll on our YouTube channel in the chat box here. Again, she shares Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani echoes a public concern that requires immediate public attention and action. This is her responding to hearing what Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani was saying in her closing remarks, brief extension of remarks yesterday and after the signing of the governor's budget bill, right? And so there is a press conference tomorrow at the Tamuning Mayor's office, tomorrow Wednesday at 6 p.m., and that is to share more information about what will be happening on Sunday from 4 to 6 at the ITC intersection. Again, Simon Sanchez students are encouraged. This group that is led by the Vice Speaker of the Guam Youth Congress, Trevin Atoigui, is calling on all Simon Sanchez students, all alumni, all future Sanchez students as well, to come in solidarity, stand with them in solidarity to build Simon Sanchez, right? And we know that what DPW put out yesterday, right, is that they have canceled the whole process. They're starting from scratch. And so hopefully that is going to speed things up, right? And so I know it's starting over, but with so much drama with the current protest, hopefully that's going to clear some things up and they can move forward in the very near future. Jarena also says that Senator Gumatauto continues to justify his support of the BPT rollback. He opposes the feds on resource mining in the Marianas, even though the feds have a sovereign right to do so. He and his colleagues have the privilege of reducing the BPT for an elitist few in Guam and forsaking the rest of the community. Just because he has the right to roll back the BPT doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. The 38th legislature's majority gives more than $80 million to a small segment of Guam and failed to do the same for the rest of Guam. This, to me, is hypocritical and vote buying for the rich and powerful. If this is the Republican policy, there's no way I'll vote for a return of Republican senators. Jarena also writes in our comment box on our YouTube channel, Senators Parkinson and Barnett remain steadfast in their opposition to the BPT rollback and deserve re-election for their bold, courageous, and consistent rebukes of the 38th legislature's majority. And so continue to post there. Anybody is more than welcome. And I'm paying attention to it, and sometimes I do, get distracted. I apologize, but I will share those comments on the radio as well when I see them. Kaduku, KGUM FM, and Dededo, Guam. We can go, as I don't want to rush him though, and unfortunately because I'm taking him at the top of the hour, I will be. So let me just talk to him real quick.
I'll come back.
Yeah, please. So that way we don't rush you.
Okay. Sounds good.
So when you hear me do the traffic report again, because we're gonna do it in another 10 minutes. When you hear the traffic report, call in so that way you're not on hold for too long, yeah? And we'll get you in right away, Kaduku. Okay? Oh,
because he added a radio once.
Okay. I think he heard us, right? So let's get the AP news in, and then on the other side of our traffic report, once again, thanks to Guam Auto Spot, we'll get Kaduku in, and then we'll continue more of what was said at yesterday's, at the closing of yesterday's session on passing the budget bill, right? So that's what we got, and your phone calls too on the other side in the 4 o'clock hour, continuing into the 5. Thanks for hanging out with us on the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Here comes your AP News update.
KGUM FM, Dedido. Powered by Glimpses Media.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The Supreme Court's again rejected President Trump's efforts to overturn a jury verdict in favor of writer E. Jean Carroll. Marcela Sanchez has details.
The jury found Trump sexually abused her at a New York City department store in the mid-1990s and later defamed her. Trump's lawyers had asked the justices to reconsider their decision in June, refusing to hear his appeal. Trump paid the judgment shortly after. Trump and the Justice Department were also asking the High Court to toss out a second $83 million verdict. They argue he's immune from being sued over comments he made about Carroll in 2019. The court hasn't acted on that appeal yet. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. Marcela Sanchez, Washington.
Civil rights advocates have asked the Supreme Court to review a Texas law requiring the state's public schools to display the Ten Commandments. The case could set a new national standard for the limits of religious expression in classrooms. An appeals court earlier this year cleared the way for the Texas law and one in Louisiana. Similar laws have been passed in Arkansas and Alabama. The Justice Department's internal watchdog is reviewing a federal law enforcement practice allowing fentanyl to hit the streets to build bigger trafficking cases. Donna Warder has more.
Current and former agents with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration say that when federal law enforcement knows of drug shipments but allows them to go into communities so they can build a bigger case against traffickers, it's gambling with public safety and may violate Justice Department rules. And now the Justice Department's internal watchdog is reviewing the controversial tactic. It comes less than 2 months after an Associated Press investigation found that DEA agents repeatedly monitored but did not seize major shipments of fentanyl in New Mexico between 2023 and 2025. The White House last year designated the synthetic opioid a weapon of mass destruction. Donna Warder, Washington.
This is AP News. Actor Hayden Panettiere has died at age 36. Her prolific career began as a child in commercials and soap operas, and as a teen, her role as a superpowered cheerleader in Heroes propelled her to fame.
It's such a big part of my life.
Telling AP in 2009.
But it definitely is emotionally taxing and physically taxing sometimes.
She later starred in the TV series Nashville, taking on the role of a brash upstart country singer Juliet Barnes.
Being in this industry, it's preparation for this character. There's a lot of things that are very similar, a lot of parallels, and just being a young person growing up in the spotlight.
In real life, she had a daughter with Ukrainian boxer Vladimir Klitschko in 2014 and acknowledged postpartum depression and alcohol addiction. Police in Greenville, South Carolina say no cause of death has been determined. There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Off a day. I'm Clint Rigel, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Rigel, and I approve this message.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk. Every dollar donated means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local Heart Walk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join Heart Walk today. Find your local Heart Walk at heartwalk.org.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone.
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, laundry, diapers, work, groceries. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone.
Sit tight, hon. I'll be right back.
But temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you. And every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
So, what's your idea of a 10? I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted while driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
KGM-FM, we're going to keep you moving forward with another look at traffic with Mr. Pauly Suba with Guam Auto Spot.
All right, helping you move forward on this Tuesday afternoon. Heavy congestion. Heading northbound near the boat basin, but once you get through the Chief Kapua intersection, it does clear up for you, whether you're headed to Route 4, Route 1, or even Route 8. There is some mild congestion right around Kenyatta, but that's due to the traffic light there. East Sunset Boulevard towards the airport is pretty congested there too. That's usually the case, again, caused by the multiple traffic lights there that are not in sync with each other. Mild delays on Marine Corps Drive as you approach the ITC intersection, and then also the Village of Donkey. Near St. John's School, I see major congestion there too. I'm not familiar with their school schedule, but that might be the issue. However, there are multiple lights in this area too that usually does cause motorists to slow down multiple times in the Upper Tumon area. And then, of course, as you pass the road that gets you into Two Lovers Point, there's congestion there up until the Guam Regional Medical City. Helping you move forward on this Tuesday afternoon, that's Guam Auto Spot. Call them up, 478 Auto. View their inventory on their website, guamautospot.com.
Community conversation starts here. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Welcome back. Appreciate you hanging out with us on the bright side. Do want to thank our sponsors. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J, big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail. Drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. GTA, we start with you. Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life-great food and memories happen here. And MicroPack. Heading off island, capture every moment with cameras and memory cards from MicroPack. 671-922-1051 or 1052. We are online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And so we can go back to the phone lines. We're just waiting on Kaduku, right?
Yeah, he didn't call yet.
All right, so let's just do this. You want to grab another clip? Yeah, are you? Oh, wait, here. Okay, it's probably him, right? He's been waiting very patiently. Go for it. Afade, Wave 105, is this Kaduku?
Wave 105, is this Kaduku? Hungan, hey, how you guys doing, my friends?
No complaints, sir. Thanks for hanging out with us.
My Pete Guam is hot.
It sure is. Yes, sir. What can we do for you?
Nothing. I was just listening to you that one time when you guys talking about no fair, strong arming the because she won fair and square. You know what I mean? And that kind of stuff should be. They can't do that, man, because how can we all unite and win this fight if we don't know rights and because we're all after the same thing and we're trying to fix this island, but we can't keep derailing it every time someone feels like they got a different idea or something.
Right. They have their own agenda or initiative, right? I mean, you're talking about what we were discussing yesterday, right? Where the recording was leaked or shared on purpose. I don't know. And so they were asking Senator Therese Terlai if she plans on, or not even plans on, will you, right? Will you follow through with some of the initiatives that Governor Lulian Guerrero is doing, specifically the hospital, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they shouldn't be. I mean, those kind of tactics are over with, man. They should have been over with a long time ago. It's like blackmailing somebody or, hey, our way, the highway, we're going the other way. That's not fair. And when they were running, they said that honesty, integrity, transparency, one team, one island, one Guam. And then down the line, you find out some people got their own agenda and I understand that, but come on, man. How are we going to fix this island? We're going to be sticking each other in the back, and we haven't even started yet to fix it.
Yeah.
But anyway, and one more thing.
Yes, sir.
What happens in the Middle East affects the world all the way around.
Sure
Everybody, including us.
Sure is. And then also, we should all be offended, especially if we say support the troops, right? How are we supporting the troops when we're saying 9 months, not enough? Not enough? No port call? No port call for the Abraham Lincoln for practically 9 months for somebody that's never even been in the military?
Well,
that's not really supporting the troops. That's not supporting the troops.
That's sending them to their whatever. But, man, these people are saying, well, we're doing it, fighting for it anyway. But, yeah, it's all about the oil. And we got someone's trying to get out of it, but he got himself into it. And I'm hoping that he can find a way out and make it in peace. Because,
I agree. I mean, I was all for it. You're doing what you're supposed to do because the narrative is that you are making sure that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. Okay, and so you said that all has been taken care of within the day, within a week, within 2 weeks. But here we are over a year later from that first bombing, and we're still going through it. And he ran on cheaper groceries, ran on cheaper gas, ran on no wars. And we don't have cheaper groceries, we don't have cheaper gas, and we're in a war. And then you have the audacity to say, not long enough.
Well, I heard someone say, in order to end the war, you got to start it. And, man, we don't need no war. This world doesn't need a war. Kim Jong-un is flying his rockets east North Korea. And Trump told him one time, I'll show you fire like you've never seen.
Well, they're friends, apparently. I mean, he was commending Kim Jong-un just 2 days ago. And
he was.
And also, condemning the leaders of South Korea in the same post.
Whoa.
It's pretty sad. It's pretty sad because there's a lot of things. I am also for, find the waste, find the fraud, find the abuse. Let's get our debt down. There's a lot of things. I'm like, this guy's going to give us cheaper groceries? Yes, please. Cheaper gas? I'm ready. No wars? Absolutely.
And we need it today, not tomorrow.
Right. And that's why it has to be called out, because this is just getting out of control. And, this is something, this is what he has said. You can check the tape on all of the things that he said before he ran, when he first became president, and now he's gaslighting all of us at this point, saying, wait a minute, so you're going to pay about $1 more. That's the price that we all have to pay. And at the same time, saying these things about our troops, our sailors that are risking their lives every single day. Yeah. It's no more just standing idly by. You just got to call that nonsense out.
There you go. And with our ocean mining, we got to put a stop to that too, because they're going to use those nodules for building rockets that are worth trillions of dollars, and here they are wanting to stop all kinds of weapons of mass destruction, yet they're building them. But anyway, hey, thanks a lot, Pauly, man.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, have a nice day.
Okay. I'm right. 4:20 in the afternoon. Appreciate Kaduku calling in. You ready to go? I don't want to. I know we're all over the place. Sorry, Yuli.
Yeah,
you tell me if we're good, and we'll go back to yesterday's brief extension of remarks. This is Senator Tello Taitagui, right? So she supports the budget because it represented a compromise between the legislature and the governor. And so we're just gonna play these in its entirety. I thought we would be done by now, but hey, we do want to take in the phone calls, changing the subject and all of that. But I want to play it in its entirety for those that might have missed it or, can't watch it all within the hour and 17 minutes that it was there. What we did is we were able to cut to the chase and just get to their comments. So here's an opportunity that doesn't always happen as we get closer and closer to the general election. You're hearing their comments specifically on the budget, but you get the essence of why they went one way or another on a specific issue. And this one just so happens to be on how they are appropriating money for an entire fiscal year. So here's Senator Talo Taitagui.
I voted yes on Bill 110-S because while we could not meet every need, we actually worked together with the governor to produce a more responsible budget, where compromise was met in this bill. We made important investments, $8.2 million for DSID, including families funding that could help draw down federal dollars, and $7.63 million for child care subsidies to support our children, our working families, and our workforce. But we also know where the gaps remain. The Residential Treatment Fund received $2.8 million, and that may not be enough. Where critical services remain underfunded, our responsibility is to come back, confront the needs honestly, and act quickly. That is exactly why protecting Guam's revenue matters. I am proud that we held the line on the 5% PBT, primarily military buildup construction contracts. I fought for this policy over 2 budget cycles, but preserving it was something we accomplished together. As the general BPT drops 4% on October 1st, we should not give away legitimate revenue. While billions in federal construction dollars flow through Guam, our people carry the impact on the high cost of housing, the cost of roads, utilities impact, our workforce, and public sectors, public services. Again, DOD is paying for these taxes, and we should not let that go. We also directed remaining unobligated and unappropriated FY26 excess general fund revenue towards building our rainy day fund. We know emergencies will come again. We chose to prepare while we have those resources to do so. And I thank my colleagues for supporting that. How much will go in there? We're not quite sure. But we have to do our due diligence and make sure that we save for a rainy day. Together, we preserve the Attorney General's existing procurement review threshold and remove the proposed changes to Procurement Council that raise concerns about the AG's independent role. These safeguards matter. When public dollars are being spent, independent legal review is one of the checks that protects taxpayers and holds government to the law. We also restored the $250 fine for missed government reporting deadlines. If we put reporting requirements into law, then we mean something, and it needs to have some teeth. And together we maintain the GVB voting reform. Finally, thank you, Senator Lujan, too, for always supporting this initiative. We rejected the idea that money should buy anyone a bigger voice in GVB. GVB is entrusted with millions in public funds. Its governance should reflect fairness, not who has the biggest pockets or the deepest pockets. One member, one vote. I believe we got that right. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, we did not finish everything. And I will not pretend that we did. But what we passed was responsible. Where we fell short, we know where the work must continue. And I give you my commitment from now until the end of this term to continue to fight for the people, to continue to fight for transparency and truly mean it, which I have proven many times over. Accountability, where people will be asked the tough questions and force them to answer it. But one thing that I can tell you, my colleagues, is the collaboration we had with the administration and this legislature made great strides. And that's important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, that's Senator Tello Tadegui, right? The budget isn't perfect, but it protects important revenue, saves money for emergencies, funds major needs, and keeps accountability measures in place. She's saying that we compromise, but we produce something responsible. Senator Shelley Calvo also voting yes on the budget bill sent down from the governor. She says budget is more than numbers because every appropriation affects real people, students, workers, families, veterans, patients, seniors, and government employees. She said the governor's earlier veto forced everyone to reconsider the budget and return to negotiations. And so if you're ready, I'm ready, sir. Yeah? This is Senator Shelley Calvo in her brief extension of remarks that took place yesterday.
Mr. Speaker, as we bring this discussion to a close, let us remember what is truly before us. This is not merely a budget. It is a reflection of our priorities. It is a measure of our stewardship. And ultimately, it is a statement of what we believe Guam deserves. Behind every dollar is a person. Behind every opportunity or appropriation is a family. Behind every program is a child, a worker, an elder, a veteran, a patient, or a public servant whose life is touched by the decisions we make in this chamber. That is why this moment matters, Mr. Speaker. A veto is not simply a rejection of legislation. It is an invitation to pause, to examine, to listen, to reconsider, and to return to the table with a renewed commitment to the people that we represent. We did that. We may disagree on numbers. We may disagree on priorities. We may disagree on the path forward, but we cannot disagree on our responsibility. Our responsibility is to protect the public trust. Our responsibility is to ensure that government lives within its means while still meeting its obligations to the people. Our responsibility is to invest where investment is needed, to be disciplined where discipline is required, and to have the courage to make difficult decisions when the easy decisions would only postpone the problem for another generation. Leadership is measured by how faithfully we serve when we disagree. And let us never forget that Guam is bigger than any administration, bigger than any legislature, bigger than any political party, bigger than any single budget. Guam belongs to all of us. It belongs to all the families who have called this island home for generations. It belongs to those who came here seeking a better life like myself. It belongs to our children who will inherit the consequences of every decision we make today. And it belongs to generations we will never meet. Our island ancestors gave us more than an island. They gave us a tremendous responsibility. They endured hardship so that we could stand here today with the freedom to govern ourselves, to shape our future, and to build something better for those who come before us. We must be worthy of that inheritance. So let Bill 1 not become another chapter in division. Let it become a turning point. Let it remind us that the compromise is not a weakness, that listening is not surrender, that accountability is not political defeat, and that putting the people first is never the wrong position. We have an opportunity today, now, not simply to pass a budget, but to demonstrate what responsible leadership looks like. And when history looks back upon this moment, may it not remember only that a budget was vetoed and once again deliberated. May it remember that Guam's leaders rose to the occasion, that even the moment demanded courage, we found it. When the moment demanded wisdom, we sought it. When the moment demanded compromise, we embraced it. And when the moment demanded that we put Guam above ourselves, we did it. Because our highest obligation is not to a title. It's not to a party. It's not to an election. It is to the people of Guam. And so, as we leave this chamber, let us carry with us one simple charge. Protect today, prepare for tomorrow, and never forget the generations who are counting on us. May we leave behind not merely a balanced budget, but a stronger Guam. Not merely a document, but a legacy. Not merely a government that spends, but a government that serves. And not merely an island we inherited, but a Guam worthy of being inherited by those who come after us. For our people, for our island, for our future, may we lead with courage, govern with integrity, and always remember that the greatest measure of our work is not what we take from this chamber, but what we leave behind. Sidus Masti, Mr. Speaker.
All right, that's again Senator Shelley Calvo, basically saying that compromise is not weakness and that lawmakers should put Guam above political parties, elections, and individual personalities. She shares that leaders need to think about future generations, not just today's politics. We're going to take the break, and then on the other side, we'll continue. Senator Chris Barnett talked after Senator Shelley, so that's who's up next. Jarena on our YouTube chat box here, and you can do the same as well, says Senator Tello Taitagui has earned my vote and support for her candidacy to return to the 39th legislature for the following reasons: maintaining the 5% BPT on military buildup contractors and her ability to cross party lines in support of a seemingly helpless minority, and other good reasons. We'll take the break, and then on the other side, we'll continue playing the brief extension of remarks from yesterday's budget session. They do this at the end of every session, and so I know that they're continuing the session, their regular session too. It had recessed earlier today. They're going back at 10 to vote. It was not as contentious. There were some bills that ended up having to go back to committee. They weren't quite ready yet, and so we didn't see all of the bills getting introduced or debated on. And so I'm curious to see how that all will work out and unfold tomorrow. And so if they vote on the bills that they already debated on, which they all did pass, the ones that did actually get debated, then we'll probably see another set of brief extension of remarks tomorrow or the following day as they conclude. So let's take the break, Yuli, and then we'll be right back with more of those remarks from the senators that did speak. Not all of them did, and we're almost there, too, at the end. I think it's Barnett, Duenas, Terlai, and Lujan. So we got 4 more, and I think we can get it done before we get out of here, right? We'll take the break. Wave 105.
But you seem to love her now.
Community conversation starts here. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
It's time to celebrate Haggatya! Join us for the Cost You Less Haggatya grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost You Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost You Less Haggatya grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
Hafaday, Guam! The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
Half a day. I'm Clint Rigel, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Rigel, and I approve this message.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Everyone deserves access to quality health, but for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health for a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously. The best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
News, insight, conversation. Way 105, the talk of Guam.
Gạo này, chúng ta nó gạo. Làm mấy cái nào bảo nó sẽ ngon hơn mình ạ. Tình ngày lệch mưa gã mưa hi ba bụi, chỉ yêu tình chỉ nát gì, thành kiến mót con phụ quê gì, para quý giàu nasisti. Anh nhon hót lại tập bê đè, dòng pha có si phát trên đè. Después de una idea, sin adiós se lom de venia. Canta bawe. Yellow wet when you brush your.
All right, welcome back. Way 105. This is the Bright Side. Thanks for hanging out with us. Julie and I are doing our thing on the radio. 4:43 in the afternoon. So we're going back to the brief extension of remarks from yesterday. This time, Senator Chris Barnett, and we'll get into it. He points out that the governor had previously warned about lowering the tax, and it would hurt essential services, weaken Guam's finances, and mainly benefit wealthy businesses, right? And so he argues that cutting 1 percentage point from the BPT costs $80 million, and that this money could otherwise support healthcare, education, public assistance, emergency needs, and other government services. So here's his brief extension of remarks.
First, want to thank my colleague from Momok Totsumaiti for standing firm in our principles and voting our conscience on this bill. I was very surprised by the way the vote turned out. I was even more surprised that the governor sent down a bill with a 4% BPT, because for the last 2 fiscal years, the governor has argued against a BPT reduction, saying that it would weaken long-term credit, saying that we were racing towards a fiscal cliff, saying that we weren't protecting essential services, that we were jeopardizing vulnerable populations, that this business privilege tax rollback was a gift to the millionaires. 680 millionaires will get another 0.5% reduction in the business privilege tax. She said that lawmakers failed to prove that the BPT reduction would deliver lower costs or higher wages. My colleagues say this is a balanced budget, but who is it balanced on? This $80 million 1% business privilege tax reduction is balanced on the backs of our working families and our most vulnerable populations. You know, some in this body have chastised us on the Democrat side for not doing the work to clean up the mess that the majority made. They said, oh, you didn't do the work on a 7%, a 8%, a 9% BPT reduction. You know, as someone who used to tell jokes for a living, we call that comedic exaggeration. because we never called for a 7, 8, 9% BPT. What we called for was to be reasonable. When you lowered the BPT from 5% to 4.5%, we said be reasonable. How are we going to cover the services? When you pushed for a further reduction from 4.5% to 4%, we said, what about our most vulnerable populations? And you proceeded forward. So if you're looking for the solutions or you're asking us to do the work, look in your committees. Many of the solutions have been buried in your committees for months. In many ways, members of the minority, some members of the minority, have been shut out from the leadership process. So this majority has to own the status quo budget. So does the governor. So does every senator who voted for this status quo budget. Because although the governor sent down a bill that funded some of the critical areas that we debated and discussed during the supplemental budget talks, those were funded at a status quo level. And of all the people in here running for governor, I have not heard a single one of them campaign on preserving the status quo. By funding these critical programs and access to these programs at the same levels we funded them in the last fiscal year, we leave no room for improvement. We leave no room for growth. So we have to own the status quo, and we have to own the shortchanging. We have to own the inability we now have to respond to emergencies. Whether that's the shutdown of a school, when we ask for the assistance from the Guam Army National Guard, that comes at a cost. We have to pay for that. But with every single dollar of excess revenues off the table, with $80 million in business privilege tax reductions off the table, how do we respond to those emergencies? How do we assist our people, whether it's SUFU or power credits? How do we? We can't. Because, unfortunately, 13 senators chose to support the status quo by voting yes on this bill. Our people do not want to stay in the status quo. They want things to get better. And I'm deeply disappointed in this vote, but I know I have the support of the people for voting no on this budget. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to deliver brief extension remarks on this deeply disappointing vote. Sidos Masi.
Senator Chris Barnett saying the government is giving up around $80 million while major services still need help. Cutting taxes sounds good, but if it leaves less money for schools or healthcare emergencies and struggling families, then people are not really better off. Jarena is commenting on our YouTube. She says, Senator Barnett's remarks are truly a sentiment that resonates in the Guam community. Be assured that the community will reflect this during the general election by giving him the most votes. She says he's a champion of the people by always saying what people are really thinking. Thank you, Senator Barnett. And so she's following along with what we're playing, and she's providing her take on those comments. Jarena says he's right. Voters are looking for more than the status quo. And so appreciate you, Jarena. Thank you so much for engaging with us on our YouTube channel and in the chat box there. And so we want to encourage more people to use that as well and share if you can't get on and you're listening and this just is a better use of your time. We encourage this activity very much so. Let's go with Senator Chris Duenas. So he was next. He strongly defends the 4% BPT and rejects the argument that it is simply a tax break for corporations.
And to my colleagues, I'm quite grateful for this outcome today and this vote. Mr. Speaker, my good friend from Talafofo made it clear, and I agree. Businesses don't pay BPT. people pay BPT. When they go to the store, when they take a service, whatever they do, the BPT at 5%, they pay it. This is not a tax break for the millionaires. The millionaires and the corporations have employees, have overhead, do business. The corporate is going up because economic recovery is on the way through more money circulating in our economy. Mr. Speaker, go to a chamber lunch. And this is why I really take umbrage with some of the comments. You don't see Bentleys and Rolls Royces and Ferraris pulling up as they get down with their glam clothes to go in and have lunch. You see people parking across in Toyotas and other vehicles that are real estate people, retail folks, people hustling every day for a buck, working hard, sitting in there on those chamber meetings. Those are our families, our friends, who are trying to keep their businesses alive, Mr. Speaker, and who do pass along the savings to their employees, who do help generate more revenue in our economy. Mr. Speaker, once again, an $88 million tracking surplus with a 4.5 BPT. $70 million that I'm glad this administration says they will, and probably, and rightly so, on their way out, are going to make sure that they take care of whatever obligations are there in the next couple of months with those excess revenues and those revenues that were in reserve. Mr. Speaker, I keep hearing status quo on the other side of the aisle. However, this budget is $61 million on top of our current $1.35 billion record budget. Mr. Speaker, a record Department of Education, $274 million in general fund. A record in the last couple of years, over $100-some million to GMH for critical improvements that are now finally happening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, law enforcement, yes, who've gotten to this area because of the former chairman. And myself, a lot of times, sitting over here helping to pass budgets, because before, no was the easiest answer. You could put all the goodies in the goodie bag and vote no and be able to go out there and tell people you helped them and tell others, I'm not one of the scoundrels that voted for that budget. Mr. Speaker, comedic relief is to stand there once again and said, we can't fund SUFU, we can't fund some of these other programs, because that's close to $60 to $70 million just in and of itself, to which the 0.5% of BPT would not have funded. On top of that's another millions and millions to the total of $250 million. That is said that, oh, well, you know, first come, first serve. Mr. Speaker, I tout once again the accomplishments of my friend, the former chairman, because they had good budgets. I voted for those budgets. They were conservative, and they allowed us to responsibly appropriate the excess revenue. To which I say our first budget was going to handle what we needed, and we could have gone in, but we're doing it now to take care of some of those items that needed to be taken care of. We believe a responsible administration would have been able to transfer funds as needed, and we also believe that performance-based budgeting that is in this budget now, Mr. Speaker, thank you for helping me with that. Thank you, colleagues who helped me with that to get that done. Because that's going to tell the true story in the future, Mr. Speaker. When we finally sit down with our agencies and go over those things on performance-based budgeting, we will be able to just not throw things out in terms of what needed, but see real accomplishments, real shortfalls if they're there, and fund them as needed, and then make tough decisions if and when we have to. But Mr. Speaker, this is not a status quo budget. This is $61 million more than the current budget we're operating on. And I thank the governor for, yes, saying she wanted to find a compromise. And I believe in her heart of hearts, although I'm sure she would have loved to keep that BPT, she knows and understands that our economy is recovering, our economy is growing, and putting more money in our economy will give money to businesses, which is how we derive our taxes. Thank you once again, colleagues, for the help on this budget. Si Zeus Masi, and God bless.
Senator Chris Duenas right there defending the 4% BPT, right? And so his position is that ordinary consumers ultimately pay the BPT, like Senator Shango Matata was saying, because businesses build taxes into the prices of goods and services. We're seeing the same thing, too, with the surcharge that they're adding on at the post office. I mean, I saw a T-shirt company saying they're putting a pause on it because there's back orders. I saw the Vault putting a pause on their orders that are leaving the island to the continental U.S., right, until they figure out how to move forward. The Fuckeye business as well, they're saying already that they're increasing their fees too, or they are going to increase their fees because of the surcharge that is being put on them. Senator Chris Duenas rejects Barnett's description of the bill as a status quo budget, sharing that it spends about $61 million more than the current budget, including major funding for education, GMH, public safety, and other services. He says the 4% BPT helps ordinary consumers and local businesses, not just millionaires. Guam is bringing in strong revenue. This budget actually spends more on important services, and agencies will now have to prove they are getting results with taxpayers' money. On our YouTube, Jarena is saying Senator Duenas is a good man, and his performance-based budgeting approach was a good thing. However, he doesn't get it. If you give the rich and powerful over $80 million, why couldn't he give the people really suffering the same measure of help? Jarena says his talks are nothing more than clever rhetoric to cover and justify his inequity. Frank's on the line. We don't have much time, but Frank, you're on the air.
Hey, buenas.
Off a day, sir.
Hi, just listening to all the arguments over there about the budget.
Okay.
About the BPT and
yes,
stuff.
Sir.
The government has to get its spending under control. So we've seen a lot of waste, public health, building, and them going to go rent. They left the building to dilapidate. We have a leak over at Depot Beach Park that costs $400,000 a year. The government's just going to have to try to do more with less and see where they can cut. And then give the companies and the business here a chance to breathe and grow. Because a lot of businesses are closing, Pauly. And they're employing people, too. Not everybody can work for the government. Pari and Mali. Not everybody's good at putting up canopies and making empanada, So the government should try to reduce its costs, and use that money elsewhere, put it in a rainy day fund, and look for ways to save money. Rolling back the BPT is the right thing to do. That's what they promised the people when they put that 5% on. They said it was temporary. And now we've got a monster, government operations, $1.3 billion, and growing. And yet people are leaving Guam, less students, and nothing's improving. Well, let me switch that around. We do have some improvements. I'm not going to put it all gloomy, but not enough improvements for what's going on. I'm not saying it's all bad, but it mostly seems bad to me. We need more competent people in there running these agencies, and I think, maybe we should make a law where, when these people get into office, whoever's going to get into office now, they can hire people that help their campaign. Those jobs should go to the people that are most qualified and willing to work, and not the people that supported a campaign. And maybe the government could be more efficient. You stand in line 4 or 5 hours just to get a driver's license. Sometimes you don't even get the license. You have to come back the next day. Things like that, Pauly, I just don't see the improvement for how much money that we've been increasing the budget and there's no improvement. Kind of maintain the schools, the hospital. They may, go dilapidated. All they needed to do was maintain it. If you maintain something, Pauly, it'll last pretty long. But we're not too good at maintaining and taking care of what we own.
Yeah, I think they're only talking about creating a capital improvement project coffer or not necessarily account, but a place to set aside money for capital improvements, and we're only talking about it now or last year, and that should have been a part of everything a long time ago. I mean, now you're talking about those buildings that were built in the 50s that need those kinds of improvements. KGUM, FM, and Dededo Guam. But I mean, well said, sir.
Yeah, and Pauly, all we need is competent people. We have to stop putting people in there that don't deserve these jobs, because it's hurting us. People are leaving, the schools are shrinking, and we keep pumping more money into DOE, but not seeing any results. We gave raises. People are still leaving from what they're saying. What's up?
Now you have fair points, right? I mean, I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're saying. I also understand where Senator Barnett is coming from and Senator Parkinson, because at this point, how do you find money to rebuild these schools? You're going to have to find it through taxes.
Yeah, Pauly, but what I like to know is since we grew the budget, Pauly, to over $1 billion, when it used to be under $1 billion.
Right.
Where's the improvement?
Right. No, I agree with you. However, there's inflation.
Show me where you're going to keep it at that. You want 5, but where is the improvement?
Yeah.
We're going to keep taxing people, and there's no improvements. They got no business taxing people. If things aren't going to improve, you kind of keep raising taxes. What's going to happen is what's happening in California and all of these blue-controlled cities and counties that have been blue-controlled all the way through, That's what's going to happen here in Guam. It's happening already.
Oh, but it's also happening in rural red areas, too. I mean, their infrastructure is not getting any better. Their education and their test scores are not as great either.
Yeah, but
they're failing
not
also.
The bejeebies out of the people, Pauly. That's the difference. You see the difference?
I still see that there's room for improvement all over in so many different jurisdictions. They're also not getting the kind of services that they need, whether they're being taxed more in LA or being taxed more in a very small town in Texas. There are still struggles within these communities, one way or another.
We need to take a step back, Pauly, and refocus this money. These people need to open these books and start refocusing this money. Right. You need to aim this money at the right place and make it work and make it count. Because if we're just going to keep throwing money at DOE and nothing's improving, we shouldn't be throwing all this money there. If nothing's going to improve, we should take that money away and find out what's going on and how we're going to make it work. Instead of just keep throwing money because, money's supposed to solve problems. People solve problems, not money. And if we're going to keep throwing money around and nothing's improving, then I don't think they should be taxing 5%.
We can. I think I know where you're going, right? And Senator Chris Duenas has done a fine job of also making the same points that you're making, but at the same time, we don't know how to rebuild or build anything without going to the bond market, without doing lease back.
And that's another thing, Pauly. Yeah. We should stop borrowing money. They have to solve the problems with what they got right now.
But we don't have $1 billion to build a hospital right now. And so how do we build a hospital? We're going to have to go.
We don't build one, Pauly.
We don't build one?
You don't have the money. You don't build it. You got something right there. You improve it.
Then more people will leave. More people will leave.
Until we have the money, Pauly, that's when we build it. If we don't have the money, hey man, I love to drive a new fucking car. Excuse me, sorry. I like to drive a brand new car, but I can't.
Sure.
Small businesses are hurting, Pauly. And that raising the taxes on these people are just going to put them on welfare and make them leave. If they kind of do business here, people are not going to make it, they're going to leave. And that's what's happening. More people are going to leave.
People were leaving at 5%. I don't think the 1% is going to make more people leave. People are going to leave because of the lack of health care services that we already don't have. Already, when there are more opportunities, when you get all the certifications that you want to be a plumber, to be a HVAC specialist, and then you get the call from your brother or your cousin or your uncle in Arkansas that says, hey, for all of those certifications that you got, you can have a house for $200,000 and you can live a much better life there. You're not going to find those same opportunities.
You're saying, if it's going to be
you probably
$200,000,
are, because you ain't going to find a $200,000 on that salary here. And that's what we got to solve. And the 1% is not going to solve that one way or another. That's not going to solve all our problems. We got there are other, that's part of it, that can be part of it, but there needs to be way more.
They just need more accountability for the money, Pauly. And if nothing's improving, then we need to hold people accountable.
Yes.
If we're giving all this money and nothing's improving, then these people aren't doing their jobs, or they don't know how to do the job.
Right.
And as for the medical thing, Pauly, we need doctors and the government to go out there and lobby for Guam.
Yeah.
And try to have not make these doctors move over here to Guam, but at least have some people coming in and rotating in and out of Guam. Some specialists rotating in and out of Guam. But the problem there is, Pauly, the doctors here, even them, they're all fighting. They're fighting. They're fighting over money. I don't know what they're fighting over. It seems to me that every time this doctor's fighting that doctor, they're all fighting. They're playing politics. And we need people to lobby and bring people in and stop fighting, because even the doctors are all fighting.
I feel you, Frank. Thank you. I always appreciate your perspective.
Right. Thank you, Pauly. And, let's make Guam better, man. And
absolutely.
Whoever gets in there or whatever, man, I just had enough of what we've been seeing for the last 8 years. And, roll back the PPT, crank it up or whatever. I don't see any improvement either which way. And whoever's accountable for all this money, $1.3 billion, we need to hold them to the fire on this. And start putting competent people there and make laws that hold these people accountable. If there's no improvement, get them out of there. They have no business in there if they're not improving anything.
Fair enough. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Pauly.
Okay. Right. It's 5:08 in the afternoon. What we don't need to do this because it's not sponsored or anything. It's a public service. And so from my understanding, the AP News they've been reporting on the same things in the last hour. So we're just going to move on if that's okay. But we do let me just thank our sponsors here it's about that time to thank them. Yeah. So I really appreciate our friends from Subway. At Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail. Drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. GTA, we start with you. Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food and memories happen here. Micropack for sound, tech, and everything in between. Think Micropack. We appreciate each and every one of you tuned in to us right here on the bright side. I appreciate the perspectives as well. We'll be right back, and we'll get you some good news. We'll get you some good news on the other side of these, and that's brought to you by Provisions Wine and Cheese. Let me see here. Dave on our YouTube is saying we need qualified, experienced people in office and at agencies. Well said, everybody. 5:10 in the afternoon. We'll take the break.
KGUM-FM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses Media radio station.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
It's time to celebrate Hagatya! Join us for the Costulas Hagatya Grand Opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Costulas designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Costulas Hagatya Grand Opening Weekend. Don't miss it.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez and I approve this message.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Hafiday, Guam! The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
This is KGUM-FM, Wave 105.1, Talk of Guam, and it's right now on the bright side with Mr. Pauly Suba.
Thanks for hanging out with us. It's a little bit after the 5 o'clock hour. And real quick before we do some good news, I'm seeing the rotating power outage schedule that's circulating, right? But this one says as of July 24. So, I mean, they put together a rotating outage schedule since July 24th. And it's August 18, but that's the only one that's circulating along with the information provided stating that GPA cautions that power demand has exceeded generation capacity due to the emergency repairs that are required on the PT Unit 8 baseload plant. So once repairs have been completed, that unit will return to service immediately. The Ukudu power plant has all 3 gas turbines online operating at a limited output, and the Ukudu steam turbine is offline pending completion of its repairs. And the Ukudu base load plant is estimated to fully return to service by the end of next week. So should load shedding be necessary, the affected feeders are listed in the attached potential rotating power outage, again scheduled as of July of 2026, which is the most current version. GPA urges everyone to conserve energy, and I believe we're out right now in this area, the Barragata Heights area. I was getting a message saying can't hear you on the radio, so that's probably us. The good news is we are still wrecking and rolling on our Glimpses radio app online, thewave105.com, and our friends hanging out with us on YouTube. And so appreciate you. We're going to just continue with business as usual until about 6 p.m. And so let's do this. Some good news thanks to our friends at Provisions Wine and Cheese. Check them out in Hagåtña, right around the Bank of Guam building on Chalin Santa Papa. They serve fresh salads, delicious sandwiches, and authentic Roman-style pizzas. Provisions open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Call Provisions at 671-633-9463. Place your order today or visit the website at provisionsguam.com. And so, were you following along the volleyball and the basketball?
Oh, the one that they're playing right now?
Yeah. And so we've got some medals, right?
Yeah.
But also, it looks like Guam has qualified. Let me just pull this up. I'm trying to find where I was saving this for some good news, right? And
okay.
So these guys are representing they're representing Guam in the women's and men's national volleyball teams. They've qualified for the 2027 Pacific Games in Tahiti following their very strong performances at the 2026 Oceania Volleyball Championships that was held here in Guam. Right. We hosted it, right? And so the women made history. Guam's women's team, they won the bronze medal, making it Guam's first ever medal at the Oceania Volleyball Championships. That performance also moved Guam up in the international rankings. So they're number 70 in the world and number 12 in Asia. And so that's pretty impressive.
Yes.
The men had a strong showing too. Guam's men's team finished 4th overall in the Oceania Championships. They've now climbed to number 75 in the world and 15 in Asia. And so both teams are going to the Pacific Games. Both men and women secured the number 1 Micronesia zone quota spots, which mean both have officially qualified for the 2027 Pacific Games in Tahiti. And so that's pretty great.
That is great
for sports, right?
I want to buy one of those because I saw them selling their, not jersey, but they were selling like the Guam volleyball shirt for their fundraiser.
Yeah,
get one, yeah, because it's like the dry fit and represent now that they're
heck yeah,
up there. Yeah,
that's really cool. So congratulations to not just the players but the coaches and their support staff. Because they're going to be representing us in the Pacific Games now in volleyball. So let's go back to what we were trying to finish off, right?
I think we only have like 2.
There's 2 more.
Yeah.
So this is Senator Therese Terlai on the reasons why she also voted yes on the bill. She says, again, she's still very concerned with the budget. However, she did vote to pass the bill. And after Senator Therese, the last person that spoke was Senator Jesse Lujan. So if you're ready, I'm ready too. Yeah?
I just want to talk about certain portions of this budget. This budget is by no means perfect, not even very good in many parts. Some of them I completely disagree with, including the authority given for small purchases in some areas and different things like that. But for 4 terms, at least 4 terms of my 5 terms here, when the governor has sent down a budget for GMH, it has always been short of what GMH has said they needed. And we've always tried in every budget to give them more money. Sometimes my colleagues would agree, sometimes they would not. We've also tried to give them money that then the governor would not actually transfer to GMH. Sometimes they've had money on the books for years and that they've just not been able to use to make the improvements that are actually needed, that have been recommended by the Army Corps of Engineers for years. And just like last year, in fact, we gave them the phantom money, the fake money, the non-money, that we had to come in now at August of the fiscal year and say, okay, now we're going to fix it. When we could have fixed that way back in April or even earlier, we could have fixed it in the original budget bill and given them the ability to plan and hold them accountable to make these changes. This budget gives them not exactly what they wanted or what they needed, but it gives them $21 million in the first excess funds that come in. So again, this budget is counting on excess funds in BPT, I think, and no, in any funds, and that's going to go to GMH. That's good, but that's not exactly something GMH can bank on right now, that they can plan on, that they can assure our community is going to fix what needs to be fixed up there. And that's really the perennial problem that we are seeing, is this continued, they come in and say, we need this, but when we ask them, what did the governor say when you asked her? And they said nothing. So I don't know what it is that they're not being heard by the administration, why the administration took away the ARP funds when they were on their way to fixing things with it, or all of these issues regarding GMH. But I want GMH to see this funding and use it and really make these changes that they've been planning for years in capital improvements and fixing the broken things up there. I don't want them to close SNU, and I do not want them to outsource everything that they've got up there and move these employees around who are doing very hard work and very good work, and cut down the services that the government of Guam is providing to patients such as at SNU. I think that's the last resort that they should be looking at for saving $1 million at SNU. So I'm hoping that we give them this money up front in advance. They can plan with it and they can stop that. The governor's left with excess funds, federal funds, which apparently can be moved around even at this late date, it looks like. Lapses that many of the agencies have that she has to help them to use in this fiscal year, or they will lose it by the end of this budget. And I think one of the things that they're going to have to do is to stop this mad rush of late-term hiring and raises, and I don't know what's going on, but that's the reports that we're getting, and instead focus on putting the money towards the treatment facilities, the issues at GMH, and education. So I just hope that that's what she's going to do. And I hate to rely on hope, because hope has not been very good for us this past few years. We've seen, public health come in without a plan, the airport come in without a plan while they're operating in deficit. So we expect much better than that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
All right, that's again Senator Teresa Lai And so she does not think that this is a good budget overall. Even though she voted for it, her biggest concern is GMH. She said for years GMH has told lawmakers it needs more money, while governors repeatedly submit budgets that fall short of what the hospital says that it needs. And so she criticizes the practice of giving GMH money that either cannot actually be used or arrives too late or depends on future excess revenues.
So when she's saying phantom money, I was like,
Yeah.
what is that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out like when I heard that.
Money where they said that is there, but you can't actually,
What?
they can't actually utilize it.
Oh my God.
And so this budget, and that's some of the drama that she was sharing prior to getting to where we're at now. So the budget potentially gives GMH another $21 million from the excess revenue, which she welcomes, but she said that GMH cannot confidently plan around money that has not yet materialized. That's your phantom money, too. And so she opposes closing or outsourcing the skilled nursing unit merely to save about $1 million. And so she also questions the late-term government hiring and raises and said available money should instead be focused on major problems in GMH and treatment services and education. So she says again that she's voting yes, but this budget still has serious problems. GMH needs real, dependable money, not promises of money later. So, last one, and then this will take us to the break, right? The final senator that spoke yesterday on the brief extension of remarks, they all get about 5 minutes, right? Is Senator Jesse Lujan. And so he praises Duenas for leading the negotiations and especially for implementing the performance-based budgeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to congratulate and thank, of course, Chairman Duenas for his leadership throughout this process. Chairman Duenas took, of course, the extraordinary, difficult responsibility. He listened to the concerns of his colleagues, worked through competing priorities, and helped secure a compromise with the governor that required patience, persistence, and the willingness to keep everyone at the table. I want to thank you for guiding this body towards a responsible agreement for the people of Guam. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Chairman Duenas for implementing performance-based budgeting. After nearly 3 decades of this policy being on the books, you are now making it happen. Performance-based budgeting means that public funding must produce measurable public results. If an agency fails to deliver a $10 million public investment, there must be accountability. If our government fails to keep schools open, there must be accountability. The days of shrugging off your shoulders and saying, "It is what it is," are long over. It is time for focused, balanced, and performance-based results. This budget represents more than a collection of appropriations. It is a legislature's plan to lower the cost of living and invest in the services our people rely upon every day. It invests in education because our children deserve safe schools, qualified teachers, and a government that treats their future as a priority. It invests in public safety because our police officers, firefighters, correction officers, and the other first responders need the personnel, equipment, and resources required to protect our community. And finally, it gives Customs and Quarantine the tools needed to strengthen enforcement and improve revenue collection. According to estimates cited by the public auditor, better enforcement could generate between $60 and $150 million. That is revenue already owed to the government of Guam, and collecting it fairly can reduce the pressure to place additional burdens on working families and responsible businesses. This budget reflects a responsibility to use public resources carefully, demand measurable results, and ensure that agencies are accountable for the authority and funding that they receive. This brings me to the Guam Visitors Bureau. GVB initially asked the legislature to restore limited appointment authority that it has claimed was taken away. After we reviewed the current law and the proposed budget, it became clear that no such change had occurred. GVB later acknowledged that its original request was imprecise and advanced a different legal explanation. That confusion matters, especially following a failed execution of a $10 million tourism incentive program authorized by this legislature at GVB's request. But I want to make one thing absolutely clear. This is not about attacking the 16 limited-term employees or the many hardworking people at GVB. These employees work every day to maintain visitor sites, clean our beaches, respond to hazards, prepare for storms, and support Guam's tourism industry. They deserve our respect. The concern is leadership. We cannot continue allowing GVB's leadership to present unclear requests, change its explanations after questions are raised, and expect the legislature to act without complete documentation and accountability, Mr. Speaker. That is why I requested a formal resolution from the Guam Visitors Bureau Board of Directors. If the board supports GVB's legal position and believes additional legislation is necessary, then the board should say so publicly. A formal resolution will identify the authority being relied upon, state exactly what legislation is requested, document the intended outcome, and establish that the board accepts responsibility for that request. Guam's tourism industry supports thousands of jobs. The stakes are too high for vague memoranda, shifting explanations, and informal assurances. This budget demonstrates what we can accomplish through transparency, compromise, and responsible leadership, Mr. Speaker. We must now expect the same standards from every single agency receiving public funds. Let us protect the employees who do work, insist upon accountability from those who lead them, and ensure that every public dollar results for the people of Guam. And with that, Mr. Chairman, again, thank you to my colleagues. And it looks like we're still in session, even when we adjourn this, because we'll be back here tomorrow. But with my colleagues, thank you very much again for the hard work and the persistence in the past few weeks. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
That's Senator Jesse Lujan. Yeah, so they went into a new session this morning, but they recessed again, and they'll be back at 10:30. So there was no session in the afternoon. Senator Jesse Lujan again says that government agencies should no longer receive millions of dollars without being required to show what taxpayers actually got for that money. That's the performance-based budget process that they're going through, right? And so they've started it with a few agencies, and they definitely want to implement it more moving forward. And so to Frank's point where he's saying, I want to see results, right? And so this could do it. However, when you listen to these budget hearings, sometimes they're also saying, a lot of times actually, yeah, we can, and we want to fulfill our mandate, but we don't have the resources, and you'll need to provide more funding to do that. The other argument, though, too, and has been argued very well, is that these agencies that do need more assistance often have their budget lapsed. They're not able to spend it on time, right, before the fiscal year expires. And so that happens too. And that's where Senator Chris Duenas has said it's not a money issue, it's a management issue, right? He focuses heavily, Senator Jesse Lujan focuses heavily on GVB. Early on, he was, I think, on a whole nother session. To be honest with you, they're all starting to overlap, literally overlap. These sessions are. He was calling for GVB leadership's termination, right? Yeah. He said yesterday that GVB asked lawmakers to restore authority it claimed had been removed, but then the legislature determined the situation was not as GVB originally described. After GVB changed its explanation, Lujan said he wanted the GVB board itself to formally state what authority it believes it needs and exactly what legislation it wants. And so he is criticizing the GVB leadership, not the rank and file employees. And he says agencies are getting taxpayer money, so they need to show results. GVB especially needs to stop giving unclear or changing explanations and formally telling lawmakers exactly what authority it wants and why. employees should be protected, but leadership must be accountable, right? And so I was wondering if he was still going to ask for the terminating the president or maybe even the board members. I don't know. But, I mean, when you're looking at the state of tourism, there are so many variables, so many, right? And so it can't be blamed on Regine. There's so many other issues that are causing these stresses. 5:35 in the afternoon. Let me see. Let me check because I know Adrina was saying, pointing out a couple other things before we take this break and get you your last look at traffic. Adrina says we should be talking about changing the political paradigm because our major problems are systemic. The two-party duopoly needs to be broken. It is too late now, but the 2028 election cycle should be a transformative one. We can change things if we change the whole system. That's what Jarina just posted on our chat in our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. We'll pivot now. I don't mind pivoting if you're ready to do traffic.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Again, thanks to our friends at Guam Auto Spot. Call them up, 478-AUTO. View their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Let me break out the app here. All right, mild delays. In Hagåtña, Marine Corps Drive. Route 4 looks pretty decent. I don't see too many issues either where Route 4 and Route 10 meet. Looking all along Route 10. It looks pretty decent there as well. A lot of the heavy congestion is directed towards the northern part of the island on Marine Corps Drive near the Guam Regional Medical City, as well as the Sangsong intersection. Expect delays there. Seeing Harmon Loop Road, it looks pretty decent until you get closer to the other side of the Guam Football Association's the sports field there, the Northern Region Sports Complex. You are going to meet up with some of that congestion. Also down in Tumon, trying to get up and out and back onto Marine Corps Drive. Expect delays there as well. Once again, helping you move forward, that's Guam Auto Spot. Check out the inventory, guamautospot.com.
Island Voices, Island Conversations. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
It's time to celebrate Hagåtña! Join us for the Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening August 28th through the 30th. Bring the whole family and enjoy 3 days of family fun with free giveaways, activities, and amazing savings throughout the store. Be among the first to experience a new Cost You Less designed to bring more value, convenience, and more ways to save. The celebration starts Friday, August 28th. Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening weekend. Don't miss it.
Off a day. I'm Clint Rigel, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Rigel, and I approve this message.
Tourism is our number one industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
Pat Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Stay sharp, stay curious, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Glimpses Media.
All right, welcome back. 5:42 in the afternoon. Thanks for hanging out with us. Some of us are even hanging out in the dark, right? With the load shedding that is happening. I mean, we're also affected over here.
Yeah.
Turned on the generator and whatnot so we can get us back on the radio. And so we're soldiering on, right? And we're still going to be doing this thing all the way until 6 p.m. I saw this release from Boehm. And so one of our colleagues, Joe posted this release. He's from the Guam PDN. He posted this release on our media chat, hoping that we get a response from the governor regarding the federal government taking another step toward possibly allowing companies to mine critical minerals from the seabed near the CNMI. The Marine Minerals Administration released a proposed leasing notice which basically lays out where federal waters could potentially be leased, what rules companies would have to follow, and other conditions of a possible lease sale. The federal government is saying that these minerals are important for national security, manufacturing, engineering, and modern technology. The goal is to produce more critical minerals domestically so the U.S. doesn't have to rely as heavily on foreign countries for them. And so Boehm has also completed an environmental assessment looking at the possible environmental effects of issuing commercial mineral leases in federal waters near the CNMI, including waters in the broader region of Saipan, Tinian, and Luta. And so mining has not yet been approved. It doesn't even guarantee that the federal government will hold a lease sale. It's another step in the process of considering one. And so if the agency eventually decides to hold a lease sale, it would first have to issue a final leasing notice at least 30 days before the sale. Even winning a lease would not automatically mean exploration or mineral collection will happen, but it is something that we're tracking, right? And so again, they're moving forward with plans that could eventually open federal waters near the CNMI to critical mineral development. But we're not at that mining stage yet. But the deep concern is you're doing all of this without the consent of the people, because the CNMI government, along with their governor and our governor, has already said no. But that doesn't matter. And so that's why it's important for Congressman Jim Moylan to not mince words, or whoever is going to be our delegate, right? And have these conversations with the other decision makers, the ones that I'm sorry to say, but the real decision makers in Congress, the Senate, and those that have voting rights, that actually vote on the floor, not in the committees, and explain to them that there's just too much at risk to move forward. And if the people that can be affected by it are saying no, and how does it benefit the Americans here, though? If you are mining in the waters that are their very livelihood, how is it benefiting the Americans that live here? Because we've already heard from these companies, these mining companies, that they're not going to share profits. They're not even going to create jobs here. Not here, not in the CNMI. That the factories will be built somewhere else, continental U.S. most likely. It's not going to be in China, because that's the whole reason why they want to build these, for their own inventory. They want to mine these minerals so they don't have to pay for the minerals in China or maybe even Taiwan. But that's why it's important. How does it benefit the Americans living here? Because apparently it doesn't matter. The Americans here, that doesn't matter. Your livelihood doesn't matter. Your consent, absolutely, we don't need it. And that's demoralizing. That's the part that makes you really feel inadequate and not part of the equation. Not part of the family. Not part of the fabric. And literally we're not, because we're not on the flag. Right? None of those stars represent Guam or the CNMI. And that's not to say that I'm un-American. I'm pro Guam and the Marianas. We have to look out for each other here. There's so many issues that we're facing today, right? And a lot of it is all of the issues, higher gas prices. Unfortunately, we import all of it. Is being caused in the Middle East. The negotiations are not getting any better, even though we were promised that they were a long time ago, that it is all over. And then the training that is happening, that's not even on us either. And we have to be able to, just like in the budget, just like what Senator Tello Taitagui fought so hard to keep, and also the governor, as far as keeping the 5% BPT, at least for the military construction activities, was because we got to get something out of all of this. There has to be some benefit out of all of the things, out of all of the hyper-militarization, out of all of this activity. We got to get something out of it. Strengthen our infrastructure, cleaner water, safer roads, better hospital. Something, because all of it is the environment is being affected by it. Our livelihoods are being affected by it. Our security is being affected by it. Our way of life is being affected by it. But what are the benefits? I can't even think of one. Not even one benefit. Not for the people that live here. More traffic. The hope now moving forward is that we really embrace each other. Because I know I am. I know I'm going to embrace my family and my children and my mom and my dad, my brothers and my sisters. Support one another. But I think we can even go further than that. We can embrace our coworkers, our colleagues. We can find people that are like-minded. We don't always have to agree on things. We can just simply be kinder, especially on the roads, right? That's something that I really want to, that's the whole reason why we say it, because, you know, life's too short, and cutting people off can really just ruin it for you. And so, you know, it's okay to bite your tongue and just be like, you know, that person has somewhere to be. And it's not worth disrupting my peace. And trust me, I gotta bite my tongue plenty times, especially when they say, hey, why are you cutting? Are you sure I'm cutting? Where does it say that there's cutting happening on the roadways when there's 3 lanes? I used my turn signal. Maybe you aren't paying attention. So, I think when it all comes, because it can be overstimulating, all of it. It can be all overwhelming. But Guam is still very special. It really is. When you're walking just on the sidewalk and a friend of yours from either years ago, a childhood friend that you went to school with is right there coming out of a restaurant too, or right here, I'm so blessed to be doing this, being able to sit across from this table with a childhood friend of mine that is now a doctor, has a doctorate, and is doing so much good work at GDOE, providing therapy to those that really need it. There are wonderful people here doing some extraordinary things for all of us. And like Frank was saying, we need competent people, but also we need encouragement. We need to encourage each other. Hey, you're doing a good job, even if you're not. But hey, they're there. They're there right now. Governor Liu, why would we ever bet against her? Why would we want to ever bet against our own governor? We want the best. We want her to succeed because eventually we'll all succeed. Right? Yeah, we're not going to agree with everything. And at the same time, I'm not going to blame Senator Therese Talai also for not rubber stamping, for voting on every bill by its merit. I'm not going to put that on her. And at the end of the day, who got the most votes? Senator Therese did. And so her own party should be genuinely thanking her. Her own party should be genuinely coming to support her. Because your own party voted for her more than any of the other two, right? Your own party did that. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. And even if it did happen, shame on whoever put that recording out there for all of the rest of us to hear it. You didn't do anybody any favors. You definitely didn't do your party any favors. And I'm sure there is animosity, and I'm sure there is some discord on the Republican side. I'm sure there is. But you don't see them leaking out or releasing recordings when they are discussing family business. I mean, clearly you heard one of your leaders say, stop recording. Are you recording? Don't record no more. And somebody recorded the whole thing because we listened to the beginning and we surely heard the end. And I really appreciate Anthony Chargloff, the chairman, who really was trying to bring order to it and say, T.C. Chargloff, Mayor T.C. of Inalahan, who's the chairman of the Democrat Party, was like, let's get back to what we're supposed to be doing. Can we just ask the questions about how you are going to lead this party and how you are going to address issues that are important to the community, the fabric of being a Democrat? Can we just ask those questions? Because that has nothing to do with the location of a hospital. But it does have everything to do with how are we going to prop up a public hospital and how are we going to pay for it? There are only, what? How many more months in this administration? That's it. And so whether it's Tony Atta's administration or Therese Terlai's administration, January 1st, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be rooting for either one of them. Because they need to succeed. They need to be successful. They need to take care of all of us that live here. We all want the same things. And we also demand from our legislators, Republican or Democrat, whoever gets in, to vote on every bill by its merits. And we expect nothing less. 5:58 in the afternoon. We're going to get out of here. Yeah? And hopefully everybody is getting their power back on, and that's something else that we can scream about. What are we talking about? A brand new power plant. Yeah. And we still got load shedding.
Sure.
At least we get to embrace the people that we love. We're going to get out of here. We'll do it all again tomorrow. And we'll start with Mornings with Patty, rolling with dice. It's Wednesday, so it's going to be Stat Vet Talk with Uncle Johnny and Auntie Bobby. His Admiral are going to be here from 10 to 12. Yulia and I will be back for another BrightSide from 2 to 4. And then 4 to 6, Orden Fino tomorrow with Senor Ron Laguardia. Please join us. We appreciate everybody tuning in to our YouTube as well. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. Remember, everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially on those roads. Adios. KGUM-FM in Dededo, Guam.